Yo, how's it going, everybody? How's it going? How's it going? Good evening, good evening. Sorry I'm on a little late. I was recording a YouTube video because we got the PTR patch notes. Simon, how's it going? Zach, my gaming thumbs, how was the rest of your stream? It's good to see you. D-Rock, how we doing? Herky Dirt with the 80-watt streak. That's insane. How we doing? Mr. Andro and Ozzy, how we doing? Dirty Paws, how are we? Think someone turned my house into a sauna today. Tell me about it. I'm sweating my tits off. And not in a good way. Stream time, it is, yes. I want to ask questions, but I'm not too sure. I'm going to go through the patch notes on stream in a second, Zach. You can just ask questions as we go through. Well, I'm not going to go through them in detail. I'm going to fly through them. I've already read through them. Hercuda with the 13 months. Thank you, Hercuda. Appreciate you. How is everybody tonight? I hope everyone's not as hot and sweaty as I am. Giggity. Yeah, I was going to be on an hour and a half ago, and then the patch notes dropped for the PTR, and I read through them. I was like, I want to make a YouTube video on the Spiritborn part of this. And I was like, I could do it after stream, but then I'm going to be really tired, so I'm just going to do it now. And it took me a bit longer than I suspected, but there we go. And that's going live in 19 minutes. So, since I'm wondering about something that might be a potential bug, okay, you can ask me as we go down, but can't confirm. Okay, well, I might not be able to confirm as well. We'll have to wait. Might have to wait till we get to test next week. Let's put it this way, though. I am much more excited for Season 15 than I am currently about the game. So, that's a good sign. But, yeah, who here has seen the PTR patch notes? And who hasn't? Because I'm going to fly through them a little bit. I'm not going to go through them in total detail. I'll flick through them and point out the things I think people might care about the most. You've seen some, but not all. Okay. Yeah, so there are some pretty significant things happening. At least, well, if it's the same as what they've written. So, which will affect a number of classes. You saw them, Mank. Okay, what's your thoughts? What's everyone's thoughts? Hey, Wise Wizard, how's it going, dude? How you doing? You saw the seasonal stuff, and that's about it. Okay. Zach, if you only saw the seasonal stuff, yeah, you're going to be happy. Yeah, we'll get into that in a minute. Good times. Yeah, let's put it this way. There was one moment when I was going down the patch notes where I went, F yeah, like really loud. And I did it with full clarity, went out there, didn't filter anything. I'm pretty sure all my neighbours heard. Hey, Aggravain, how's it going? Ozzy's just a degenerate. 26 months and you start a hype train, you crazy man. Thank you. I appreciate you, dude. How are you doing? That's awesome. Hi, X, how you doing? Have I seen the druids? Yeah, barbarians can do it as well. And yes, it has been reported. And yes, the devs are well aware. That druid bug is fixed in the PTR, by the way. I know how they're doing it, and funnily enough, in the PTR patch notes, there's already a change without them even knowing about that bug. They have fixed it. It's quite well. They fixed it specifically for that build. Barbarians might still be busted, but yeah. Then again, I think barbarians are just going to be very sad next season, to be honest. Have you seen definitely trying to change the meta? Oh, yeah. Barbarians probably won't be top next season. I'd be surprised. Hype train to start, it is. Thank you, Ozzy. I appreciate it. Yeah. So, yeah, of all of you that have seen the PTR patch notes, before I run down it, because that's the first thing I'm going to do tonight, what are people's thoughts in general? And I guess anyone who hasn't seen it yet, you'll have to wait, and then we'll go through it, and then you can give me your thoughts. But, hey, Rosie, how's it going? I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not fixing everything, but it certainly looks more interesting than Season 14 was. You haven't seen them, okay. You're okay with the Mythic changes? I think Mythics are fine. You know, I don't think they're perfect right now, but as I said to someone last night, I don't think they're the biggest problem. You haven't really seen, so you'll reserve judgment. Okay, Ozzy, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, we'll flick through. I'll flick through the key bits as we go down it. It's definitely going to be a more interesting season for sure. There will be a meta shake-up at least. I mean, Spiritborn's meta is also almost certainly going to be shaken up, which is good for me. But there's a few other pretty key things that could really drastically change stuff. So that's pretty cool. And there's also stuff they haven't mentioned yet. They have said in the post that they're holding back some stuff for the BlizzCon announcements. So there may well be some nuclear bombs drop there that we don't know about. So we're going to have to... There's only going to be certain things available in the PTR. So, yeah, that could be interesting for me doing builds. I'll have to do the best I can, I guess. Especially since the season's meant to release while I'm flying home. So I'm going to have to pre-do all the builds and get them all done in advance. And, well, if they're wrong, I'll have to wait till I actually get home, I suppose. BlizzCon is new expansion hikes. Well, maybe. I mean, look, they do a 1.5-year cycle between the last two. So by the time BlizzCon's come round, we're up to almost 6 months. That leaves 1 year. So, I mean, it's not completely out of the realms for them to say, hey, guys, so we're going to make another expansion. You know, it's not completely out of the realms of possibility. Rosie with the 140 watt streak. Rosie, thank you. Some things will only be released on season launch. Oh, yeah. They're not going to announce some of these things till BlizzCon, and that's basically straight before the release. Well, at least as we know it. So, yeah, it should be interesting. Right, I'll tell you what. Let's just flick over and crack on. And we're gonna fly down the PCR patch notes at some relative speed. I'm not gonna literally read through them like I used to do when I first started streaming, because that will take forever. They are quite long, but I'll try and point out the key bits for anyone who's interested. And then my plan after that today is to boot up the game, and I'm going to try and put together a Soar Spiritborn because I just fancy playing that. But I did contemplate doing Firestorm, and you'll find out why shortly. I might do that tomorrow because I might want to have that one pre-constructed before next week when the PTR comes around. I've got a lot of testing to do next week. So, yeah, let's flick over and we'll go through it. Let's do it. My black cat's just blessed me with his presence. What are you up to, cat? It's hot, isn't it? Yeah, I know. It's all right, okay. So, yeah, I made a YouTube video specifically on the things that impact Spiritborn, which is going to go live in about 13 minutes or something. I wasn't going to cover the whole patch notes because it just takes too long. Like, really, I mean, you could do it at a very high level, but you don't really get the information you really need. So, yeah, so it starts next week. I suspected it had to be soon if they were going to do one. I'm glad they are doing one, and it's next week. So, Tuesday next week. Yeah, Tuesday next week to Tuesday week after, same as usual, 1 week. And there's only going to be select things available, and we'll go through those. So, there's new things in the game called Soul Splinters, which are socketables for jewelry. And they have various different bonuses, but they all have a negative drawback as well. So you have to choose, like, do I want that bonus and do I care about the negative drawback? And they all have scaling rarities. So, like, magic, rare, legendary, unique, and such. Going up to, yeah, common, magic, rare, legendary, unique. And there's various different ones. So they all give you a resistance of kinds. Most of them give you a singular resistance, but there is one that gives all resistance and one that gives all stats. So those are quite nice. And some of them give you damage. Some of them give you crit chance and attack speed. Some give you maximum health. One is like a farming one, the Splinter of Lies. That gives you increased gold drop rate, crafting material drop rate, and bonus experience. But as a result, you're always going to be weakened and vulnerable. So you're going to take more damage and you're going to deal less damage. So it's specifically like, if you've got a giga strong farming build, you'll stick that on. You'll be able to farm really well. And but it's not going to be your pushing one, which you wouldn't use this on pushing anyway, because you don't care about that stuff on pushing. The ones that are particularly interesting to me are specifically Splinter of Hellfire. You deal an enormous amount of multiplicative damage, and it gives all resistance, but you lose 100% crit chance, which obviously on some builds, losing 100% crit chance would be really bad. But if you're playing a dot damage build, you don't care about crit chance because dots don't crit. So you stop caring about that, full stop. So this will be extremely good for damage over time builds that do not care about crit, which is most of them. And that is going to be particularly good for Spiritborn on the sparking builds this season. Because there's a couple that are going to be very good, I think. There's also the Splinter of Pain. Poison Res gives you damage reduction, but you lose some movement speed. You can actually make up this movement speed pretty easily. So this will be really good for any of the classes that were really struggling with defense. You'll be able to slap that in. And we'll get to another thing in a minute that makes this particularly good. Potentially very broken, actually. I can see it being very broken. But yeah, there's some various different ones in there. They all have drawbacks, like more max life, but you lose primary resource. But then on a basic skill build, this just won't matter. So you'll probably use this on a primary build, a primary skill build, because that'll give you loads of life. So it's loads of defense, but you don't care about your primary resource going down because you don't use it anyway. So there's things like that that'll be really useful for certain builds. Yeah, so you got challenge dungeons coming in. We obviously don't know exactly how this works, but there's a new thing coming called the Overland. We don't know much about this yet. That is something they will announce when they announce it officially, but there's going to be challenge dungeons here, and those are going to go up to 3 torment tiers above your current difficulty. So if you're in T12, they will go up to T15 for greater rewards. So they will actually be quite challenging for a lot of builds. T15 will be very hard. That's like currently the equivalent of Pit 130. For a lot of builds, that will be challenging. And only your top GG builds right now would really cream a 130. So that's quite cool. We'll have to see how those play. We'll test those in the PTR. Will the Rod of Kep break with it? Will the Rod of Kep break with what, sorry? D4 equals D3. I mean, they're taking inspiration from... Oh, we're getting to that. They're taking inspiration from all of the Diablos, right? Choose wisely, yeah. Hey, Hellspawn, how's it going? So I'm just having a quick scan through the PTR now, Hellspawn. I'll point out the big things that people might care about. I'm not going to go through it literally word for word. It'll take forever. I've got a Spiritborn video going out in slightly more detail, and that will go live shortly at 11 PM my time, 9 minutes. For anyone that cares about the more detailed side of Spiritborn stuff. But, oh, the minus crit, yes, it'll break Rod of Kep. Yes, it absolutely will break the Rod of Kep, because we know that the, we know the Lochran's Talisman broke it, and that was minus 50%, right? So I would suspect, and the other people don't think it will, but I think it will. Since the Lochran's Talisman did nuke the Rod of Kepaleka, I'm pretty sure that will mean your Rod of Kepaleka will never work. You'd have to stack 100% crit chance. So you might be able to make it work, but you'd have to stack 100 crit chance somewhere to mitigate the minus, because you get 100% basically from your rod, then it'll be reduced, and then you'd have to increase it again. So it'd be a bit weird. You're mentally drained. Long, hot work day. Yeah, it's very hot here as well. Make sure you keep hydrated. I've been banned from saying the N-word, Fania. This is my unimpressed face, Fania. But hi, how you doing? Banning me from that word. I'm always certainly going to break that in a minute. So cool. Yeah, overland ambushes. We don't know that much about this yet, but there's going to essentially be... Does anyone remember in D3 where if, like, one of your friends died, who wasn't necessarily in your team, but they died, and then you'd suddenly get, like, a nemesis encounter that came and attacked you? Like a Diablo would attack you. It's quite strong, and if you killed it, you got, like, good rewards. I don't know if this is exactly what that is, but it's kind of reminding me a little of that. You're going to get, like... While you're roaming around, there's a rare occasion, a demon will begin hunting you, and you have a chance to choose whether you want to fight it or not, and if you do, it's going to be a tough encounter, but I guess it gives you good loot. So, we'll have to see how that plays, and what the loot's like. It'll be fun. It'll be fun, they say, yeah. You prefer them taking inspiration from D3 than Day 2 any day. Yeah. You only play solo in D3. Hey, Blaze, how's it going? 90 watt streak. Nice. Appreciate it. This one's really interesting. I like this one. Legacy Uniques. This is where the D2 and D3 inspirations come from. So, they are bringing in 10 Uniques that all came from D2 and D3. Now, they're not going to be one-to-one, because there are certain things that were on those items in D2 and D3 that just don't exist or wouldn't work in D4. So they've taken these items, tried to keep the essence of what the items are, and made them work in D4. So like the Leoric's Crown, for example, they have an example. This one will be potentially very good on Spiritborn. Leoric's Crown, what this did in D3, you used to socket a gem in it and it would make that stronger. In D4, they've made it so the helm will count as jewelry. So your helm actually counts as a jewelry item, meaning you can socket in any jewelry-based bonuses from your jewels, and also means maybe, just maybe, from these new ones that are supposed to go in jewelry, because these have to be socketed in jewelry, these can go in that helm. And if that's the case, and that works, then the Lyrics Crown is probably going to be Giga next season, because this boosts the power of that. And that damage one, and you'll be able to get a mythic version of this at 130%. So you'll be able to take some of those bonuses and Giga Jack them, like enormous damage boost or enormous DR and stuff like this. So the Lyrics Crown, I can see being very, very good. I can see that being popular on a lot of classes. Nemesis Braces is the old farming one, where if you hit a shrine, it gives you an elite pack. So you're going to be able to, like, I don't know how good this will be in the grand scheme of things. This was pretty good in D3. It was kind of mandatory for farming. I don't know if it will be used that much in D4, because we don't get that many shrines, but it's there anyway. What else we got? We got Ring of Royal Grandeur. Now, that one might be used. Now, what that did in D3 is that did the same as what the Seal of Diamond Mine does right now, where you get -1 set requirement down to a minimum of 2. What this would allow us to do, though, is to get that -1, so you can get your 5 set with 4 charms, and you could equip a Golden Epiphany, so you can get 2 unique charms and your full 5 set. That's what this would allow us to do. And I think that will be very useful in a lot of builds. That's the main reason you would use that. You could potentially try using this and the Seal of Diamond Mine, so you can get your 5 set with 3, but I can't really see a reason to do that, because then you will still only be able to equip 1 unique charm, and then you've got 2 empty slots. You're not... I suppose then you'd be able to put in 2. You'd be able to put... Oh, no, I suppose you'd be able to get your 5 set. You'd be able to get a 3 set, and you'd be able to get a unique charm. That would be pretty strong as well, actually. So, yeah, if you did the Ring of Grandeur and the Seal of Diamond Mine, and they actually stacked, you'd be able to put 3 in of one set, get the 5 bonus set, put 2 in another set, get the 3 bonus set, and then you'd be able to get... Or you'd be able to put 3 and 3. You'd be able to get 2 5-set bonuses. Or you could do a 5 set, a 3 set, and a unique. So, yeah, this combined with the Seal of Diamond Mine, or this combined with the Golden Epiphany, literally completes everything. You're going to be able to do all the different combinations that we can't do right now. So that's going to unlock a lot of possibilities for some builds that we don't have currently. Hey, Vigilance, how's it going? Spiritborn is a frustrating class with everything optimized for poison, including the enchants. Anything else useful has been nerfed or is bugged. Okay. All right, so Vigilance 1, currently, yes, the poison build is very strong, by far the strongest build. 2, there are other builds that are non-poison that can do the game just fine. I've shown it, like Crushing Hand. I'm going to play a build today that's totally not, and it can do it. But yes, every single Spiritborn build right now is using the Zik damage bug, and that is still going to be in the PTR from what we can see. I have been reporting and pushing for that to be fixed, but it hasn't been, and it doesn't look like it will be in the PTR, so we'll have to see. So I understand the frustration, but to be honest, every single class in the game has had some pretty bad bugs. In fact, Barbarian and Druid have got a worse bug right now that's allowing them to do 150s in 2 minutes. Rogues have had worse bugs where they were doing 150s in 4 minutes. So, you know, it's not just Spiritborn. But I do understand I do appreciate your frustration. You do have some merit there. But yeah, next season, regardless of that bug, Poison Swarm will probably not be our strongest build. It will be a strong build, but I don't think it will be our strongest one. I'll get into that shortly. I'm going through the PTR patch notes here for next week. Yeah, so Ring of Royal Grandeur, I think that's just going to be unanimously quite good on every class, I think. It's going to unlock the ability to do some pretty wild stuff with talismans, and you'll just have to work out what's going to be the best combo for each build. So that's really nice. Stone of Jordan was a really good item in D2. It was an okay item in D3. We'll have to see what they actually make it in D4, because we haven't been given like a sneak peek on it. And the Squirt's Blouse used to be a Squirt's Amulet, and that used to be really strong for a lot of builds as well. But it's been changed to a chess piece in D4. And again, we don't know what the stats are going to be, so I'm going to reserve judgment on this one, because I don't think it would work in its form in D3 for D4, but we'll have to see. Druid's thing's not working in the tower. Well, that's good. That's already basically been fixed for the PTR, and I'll explain why when we get there. Someone posted that bug to me earlier, So I do know of it, and I've seen, and it turns out I was getting told by a lot of people, and I've been sent videos. But yeah, the druid side of it should be fixed. But I imagine they'll do something about that before season 15 drops anyway. Yeah, I mean, there's some really cool stuff back. So these other 5, these are specific to certain classes. Now, Spiritborn only gets access to 1, and I believe Rogue only gets 1, and I believe is it Sork only gets 1 as well. But the other classes get access to a bunch of these. So you've literally got the Ingium. That was really popular in D3. That was the one that reset cooldowns and such. So I can see that being very popular. The Furnace was the big damage, like big elite damage one. Like it was really good in D3. So that will probably be insanely good on Barbarian, I imagine, or some of these other classes. The Messerschmitt's Reaver was a 2-handed axe. I think it did a lot of fire damage, so that'll be quite good on some fire builds, maybe, question mark. We'll see. Have to see what they come out with. Maybe that's good for Warlock. There's an offhand focus. They've actually got that one here. You gain primary stat equal to 115% of your dexterity. So I don't know how good that's going to be necessarily, since you don't typically stack a lot of dexterity on Necromancer, Warlock, or Sork. But I mean, I suppose if you've just by charts happen to have like 400 dexterity, you would still get, and in a mythic version of that, you'd still get like 600 more intelligence. That would be quite nice, especially with the scaling changes. So that would be potentially quite good, but I don't know if that would replace... It's got thorns on it as well. I've just noticed that. It's got thorns on it for some reason. Why has that got thorns on it? How random. Yeah, so I don't know if that'll be used. We'll have to see. I'm sure there'll be some bugs with some of these items. The Ariox Needle's an interesting one, which is the one that the Spiritborn gets. This one had like Deadly Strike and stuff on it in D2. The problem is you don't have Deadly Strike in D4, so I don't know what they're going to do with this. We'll have to wait and see when we actually get to see it. It might just have like a lot of damage on it that's conditional or something. So that's going to be quite cool. And these are called Legacy Uniques. So we may well see more Legacy Uniques in the future. But it's nice that they're bringing some of these back. And yeah, so that's those. There's a load of Mythic Unique crafting changes, mainly just more deterministic. You can read through the patch notes for exactly what. You're only going to be able to have 1 crafted Mythic Unique on from the cube, but everything you craft from the jeweler and the blacksmith, those will not be limited by 1. They won't have the crafted tag on them. So it should feel a lot better to obtain your mythics next season, and you've got multiple ways to do it. So I think this is fine. I think they just want to make it so it's not straightforward to get them all, but not really annoying. I think this will be better than what they gave us at the beginning of season 14. The video just went live. Yeah, I had to wait because I had to wait for it to upload and process and stuff. Tell you what, if that's happened, I'm just going to link that to the top of my chat, because for anyone who cares for it. I've got the link here. So I didn't cover all the PTR patch notes in there because I would have just been chatting for like an hour, which would have been boring as hell. Season 15, Spiritborn. Season 15. PTR video. There we go. Let's just link that so it's easy to get to. Hey, DJ, how's it going? True, but I do love to play the Evade Swarm builds. So, DJ, hang on for about 5 minutes. Trust me. Eagle Rushing Claw with cooldown based on velocity would be nice. I mean, that's what we had, right? It's not useless. The problem is we've got another bug. So he can't use double Eagle with Loyalty's Mantle with that variant right now. It doesn't benefit from the cooldown reduction you're meant to get from Loyalty's Mantle. If we could, Eagle Storm Feathers with that variant would actually be very good. And you would easily get it to the point where you could spam it permanently for like Evade. For Evade Spiritborn, for example. So I'm going to keep pushing to try and get that fixed before Season 15. I don't think it's fixed in the PTR. And you'll see why again in a minute. Let me get to the Spiritborn changes and you'll see. The Snow Leopard Spirit mentioned in the cash shop. Snow Leopard Spirit. What do you mean the Snow Leopard Spirit? Sorry. Hey, Bone Mill, how's it going? Lurker Anonymous. Nice, how's it going? Could I ask you a question about your Evade Swarm build? Absolutely, yeah. What's the question, Lurker? Ellie, how's it going? Oh, sorry, I didn't see you come in earlier, Lurk. I was too busy rambling on about these PTR notes. But yeah, welcome in, first time chatter. Blood farts. Thank you for the lurk, appreciate it. You just got a Shattered Vow. Okay, Lurker. So I did have the Shattered Vow in the build. I actually took it out yesterday because people kept getting confused between that and the pushing variant. So if you look at the changelog at the bottom, you'll see I changed it so that you can still use that. And if you do, you're going to put Infestation on your amulet, Supremacy on one of your legendaries, take Riding aspects off and put Pestilence on, or leave Pestilence on, just remove Riding aspects and put Supremacy there instead. You can do that, but I changed the build to just be legendary so that it makes the progression of the build a bit simpler to follow. People kept getting confused going to the Shattered Vow and then going to the legendary and stuff. Does that make sense? Frost damage. We do not get frost damage on Spiritborn. Unfortunately, that's not an element we get. We don't get cold damage on Spiritborn. At least not yet, anyway. Yeah, no worries. You can always ask any questions you like. I'll try and help. So yeah, mythic crafting is going to be interesting. We'll see. I'm sure there'll be a lot of feedback on this again. But yeah, when you craft from the cube, you'll get a crafted tag. You can only have one of those on. But the thing is, when you craft from the cube, it's a direct upgrade. You will have your unique. You can temper it, masterwork it, have your perfect stats. It can be perfect, just not mythic. And when you upgrade it, it will stay exactly the same. It will just turn into mythic. That is the difference. So you're limited to one of those, but it is like you can make it the GG version. The only thing you can't do is make it mythic if it's been made unmodifiable. So you have to do it before transfiguration. That's all. And then the other forms, like the jeweler and blacksmith crafting, which are done through rune crafting. So you're going to be able to craft all the mythic uniques from rune crafting, for example. So it's going to make runes are going to be really valuable next season for this reason. I think literally every unique in the game that could go mythic is going to have a rune crafting combination. So every rune is going to have loads of value, which is that's really cool. I like that. I like that a lot. And blacksmith crafting is basically the same. But you can now get mythic uniques or iconics that are valid for your class only. And you're also going to be able to get unique versions of iconics, so like Ring of Starless Skies and stuff, so they'll be a bit easier to get earlier on, so you can actually complete your builds a bit earlier on. They'll probably just be slightly weaker. I imagine there'll be, unique versions. The mythic ones will be what we're used to and such. So I think overall, I think these are fine. I think these are meaningfully nice changes that should make what they're trying to do as a vision to keep all items relevant and make it a better item journey for your builds and try and make more builds like have more options. I think, I can see what they're trying to do, and I think this will make this feel better. So I think this is fine, and we'll see how it plays. If it doesn't work well, we'll let them know, and then hopefully we'll get some more changes. But that should be a lot better than what we had. Hey, thanks for the follow, Lurk. I appreciate it. Hey, Alpha Tango, how's it going, dude? You love leveling with the Fire Rock Splitter build. You love leveling with it. I haven't leveled with Fire Rock Splitter, actually. At the moment, Counter Swarm... I mean, look, DJ, the Stomp Bug is every single build. And that's probably going to be the same in the PTR. It doesn't look like they fixed it again. We'll see. Maybe they will. I've been pushing for them to fix this, by the way. I'm the guy that reported it to them directly, like over and over again. So I'll report it again. I already have. I've already spoken to the devs and I've told them they have seen it. So they may fix it, but that will bring Spiritborn down a bunch as a whole. It's not just the Swarm. Like, every build will use it. So, just take the Stomp Bug out the equation for a minute. Because if you took that out, Swarm would still be currently 100 times stronger. Next season, Swarm will probably not be our top build, and I'll tell you why in a second. For a future expansion or DLC Vigilance, okay. I mean, look, we got BlizzCon in September. It's not entirely out of the realm that they might announce that they're working on another one. They won't give much details because it's still a long way out. If they go a 1.5-year cycle, it'll be about 5-6 months in. They might announce. I don't know if they will, but it is not completely out the realms of possibilities that at that point they announce they're going to work on another D4 expansion. We'll see. And so, yeah, if they do another expansion, then, yeah, there's completely the opportunity to do that within the classes. So... moving on here, we've got Rebirth. So anyone who played D3 will remember what Rebirth is, probably. Which means you can take your Eternal characters and just rebirth them into Seasonal. It will reset them back to level 1, back to a fresh character. but you'll keep the name, you'll keep the appearance, you'll keep what state it's in, normal, hardcore, and all that stuff. But most importantly, it means you keep the time played on it, which for me is going to be really nice, because that means I can just play the one Spiritborn I play, and he's just going to keep accruing the time on that Spiritborn, and I can just keep moving it between Eternal to seasonal every season and such. The only thing you've got to do is make sure you move all the items off it you want to keep into your stash before you do it, because otherwise it will just remove those items. It will delete them from the game. So this is quite nice. This will be quite popular, I think, because this means you don't just go back and delete all your characters every season like I do normally. You'll actually go ahead and rebirth. I'll probably leave one in Eternal, and then I'll just rebirth the characters I care for. Hey, laugh my ass off. Thanks for the Prime, dude. Appreciate you. 3 months. That's awesome. Have you seen the patch notes, laugh my ass off? They're adding a Heraldric post here. So this is like a delivery system for rewards in game. So like, for example, if there's like, for example, if there's like a really bad issue in the game, and it stops people from playing the game. We had something similar to this in F1 Clash when I worked on it. It'll be a way for them to deliver compensation, deliver rewards when there's like special events going on, or it's like an anniversary. They're going to give everyone a slight, an extra cosmetic in game or something like this. So they're going to give us the first one on day 1 of season 15 as a what did they call it here? There's going to be a reward on like day 1 of the season, which is going to be like a way to test it, but also going to be just like, oh, hey, this is in the game now. Welcome to season 15. Here, have this free thing. So that's quite cool. That's just, you're probably not going to engage with that often, but it's going to be a way for you to receive messages and stuff from them in game. Which is going to be good for the devs. It's going to allow them to compensate people on a more individual basis as well. Something they wouldn't have been able to do very easily before. I can tell you that from experience of being a dev in the past. You're reading through now, laugh mouse off. Okay, nice. Okay, now we're into the interesting bit. So I'm not going to go through literally every single detail because this will take forever. I'll try and keep this as high level as possible. And obviously, I don't know some of the classes. I don't know any of the classes as well as Spiritborn. But the things I can speak for here, Barbarian has been absolutely bent over the table, legs spread, and then given the gauntlet. Like, I mean, the funny thing is, Barbarian may still be okay, but they really have taken the biggest nerfs for the PTR. I laughed and also cried inside as I read it, because it's so painful how hard they've been nerfed. So the high and the low level here is, their core stat scaling on strength has been reduced from 1.1 to 0.8, which is huge. It's like a 30% damage reduction there. A number of skills, such as a Rallying Cry damage decrease, has been halved. Call of the Ancients, one of their variants, has been halved. Two-handed sword expertise, the bleeding has been halved. A load of your glyphs have all been reduced in some form by 5 to 10%. Legendary aspects been nerfed, and these aren't even the biggest nerfs. You wait till we get down to one below. So there are a couple of buffs, I think. Ring of the Ravenous, which I believe was the Ren bleed thing, that's been nerfed by the looks of it. Well, on the surface it looks like a nerf. Ring of the Red Fury, I think that one did actually get buffed, so I don't know how good that is. I don't know much about it really, but that's that doesn't require as much fury and stuff now, and it gives you more damage. So that looks like that's been buffed. But the big one is Ramaladni's. That is, ouch. You will not be perma tanky anymore. No, I don't think, and keeping your damage. This was 10 fury per second. It's now going to be 10% of your maximum fury per second. So no matter how much you stack, you're going to lose 10% every second. And I guess, yeah, 10 Fury was probably a bit too low. 10% is probably a bit high. They may well bring that down by the time the season goes live. But yeah, the whole idea of being perma-invincible on a Immortal Barb, I can't see that being a thing. That directly counter-attacks the resource stacking on the Selig. Had around 70 Fury, which means you've got to generate 70 Fury a second. Yeah, it's a big nerf, that. Nebulous, how's it going? So yeah, and that's it. There's barely any buffs. It's all nerfs, like literally. Yeah, Rage of Harrogath, that was even nerfed. The cooldown reduction's been halved. It's like literally everything's just been there's a lot of stuff in there. Barbarian has just taken nerfs, nearly, and had barely any buffs. So I have seen some people upset with this. I can understand why, because there wasn't an awful lot. I mean, you got a little bit of damage reduction here, but that's it. Like, nearly everything here got nerfed. So, yeah, Barbarians have not had a good time in this PCR. We'll see what they come out with in the actual Season 15. But then you look how strong they've been since the expansion come out. They've been, for the most part, miles ahead of everyone else. I think they'll still be pretty good. This will probably just bring them slightly more in line. Hey, Mixie, thank you for the 10 months. Appreciate it, Mixie. You're awesome. How you doing? Heavenly Strength got nerfed as well. Yes, if they were using that on Barb, that's also 10% less DR. Although you can get DR in the seasonal gems, so that's not such a big issue. Now, some of you will laugh at this one. Druids getting buffed. Their core stats getting buffed by about 30% instead of getting nerfed. So, yeah, generally speaking, Druids are going up. Some slight changes to human form. And there was one big nerf. Where was it? Yeah, the Storm Shepherd's Call one, which I believe is probably the set they're using in all the Lightning builds. This has been nerfed pretty significantly. The damage per consumed spirit has been halved, so that's a 50% damage reduction on the 2-set bonus. And then the maximum, this is how they're breaking it with the animation bug right now. The maximum damage bonus increased from 60 to 80, but it used to stack. And that's why the animation allowed you to break it, because you could just keep going and going and going and going and going, and it refreshed. Or something, and then you just end up stacking your damage up to into like the 1,000,000% or something stupid like that, and then you just do 150s. This will no longer stack. It will just go to this amount, but it can be refreshed. So it'll probably feel nicer to play, but this will do a lot less damage, and that bug that they're using with Druids right now will just be gone. I think this is what they're doing it with. So they probably didn't even know about the bug when they did this. They just made this change because it's so strong right now, and they wanted to bring that down. I think they're trying to make a concerted effort to bring builds so they're not just going into the mid to high 140s. They probably want to make it so builds land in the 130 range, 130 to 140. That's what it looks like. There's a whole bunch of buffs here, though, like your Greater Staff of Chrome for your Stormclaw's gone up. Flesh Render's gone massively up for your Tornadoes. So there are some really nice buffs here. The Might of Ursine was nerfed pretty hard, and it only applies to Werebear skills now. So I think that was getting used on a lot of builds. So there are some nice buffs here. So I think Druids will be okay. I have a feeling their meta might change up, but we'll have to see. What's the what to, Wise Wizard? Mixie, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. Hey, Rella, thanks for subbing. Appreciate it. I wish they would enable console players to copy-paste loot filters. It's been requested, DJ. I think it's something they're aware of. I can't say that they're working on it. That's not as straightforward as you think, because you need to be able to copy it to start with from somewhere. But it is something they're aware of. Hey, Clink, how's it going? Oh, the buff to the Druid skills. Yeah. But the thing is, these are the skills that aren't currently the top meta. Yeah, the Greater Staffs, this buffs the Claw, not the Shred. It's Storm Claw, I think. So, yeah, I think Druids will have some nice builds. I just think they might be different to the current ones. And that's not a bad thing. It means they've got something new to play. I don't know if they've nerfed the crazy constant TP thing. That would be a bit silly if they haven't, but you know. Necromancers, they're getting core stat scaler, so they're getting a 30% buff there, 20-30%, that's nice. A whole load of buffs here, buffing up underperforming things, such as like Desecrated Ground and such like this, and Blight. I have been told with good authority, and I don't know for a fact, but I've been told with good authority that there may be one really giga Necromancer build next season. They need to cook. They need a chance to sit down and actually test it. But just on the surface, and I can't tell you exactly what it is yet, but I have been told that they think there might well be one very, very good Necromancer build next season. So that might bring Necromancers up into the S tier next season. We'll see. But they just pretty much got buffs. There is basically no nerfs here. And I suppose they needed it because they were one of the lesser performing classes. So they've been given a bunch of quality of life, a whole load of buffs, defensive stuff, healing stuff, damage buffs, set bonus buffs, uniques have been buffed, Unmaker and Ebon Piercer. So yeah, generally speaking, Necromancer's just got a lot of love there. I mean, these don't look very big, but there's quite a lot of stuff there that's just been straight up buffed. And then I guess we'll see where it lands in the PTR and see where they're landing, because all the top stuff I think has been brought down, and if this gets brought up a bit, it might be a bit closer. Hey GM, how's it going? How you doing, dude? Paladin. Paladin's also getting the core stat scaler. I've been told on good authority that the stuff that's being changed here is not going to change how sad Paladin is right now, but I mean, it does look like that they're trying to make a concerted effort to make Judgment and Spirit of the Heavens good. So, I mean, whether it will be good or not, I don't know. I haven't played Paladin since it first come out. They obviously are definitely one of the lesser performing classes right now. But yeah, it's mainly a lot of Judgment stuff got buffed here. So we'll see how that plays. Obviously, I've only had a chance to talk to people on their like first impressions. So there might be bugs, there might be things they didn't think of, because there are these new socketables that we don't know what all the new uniques can do yet, and maybe those new uniques will make these builds insane. So we'll have to see. You wish there was something for Heaven's Fury. Did they do something in here for Heaven's Fury? No, Fist of the Heaven. No, not right now. Yeah, I don't think there's anything for Heaven's Fury right now. So yeah, maybe in another season, I suppose, or maybe. I mean, this is the PTR. You got to bear in mind it's still PTR. Other things can change between that and the final season still. I think Paladin will be slightly different to play, and they'll still be fine. You'll still be able to play them, and they'll be tankier because of the new gems. So that's one of the big issues, and they'll get more damage from them. So they'll definitely be able to beat the game. I think that won't be a problem. Now, this one's quite funny, actually. Rogues are the class, believe it or not, that has gotten pretty much the least changes, because they've kind of been in the best state out of all the classes, almost. They've had a few changes made here. Just a few little bits and bobs, like Tricks of the Trade now works better for more skills. A few underperforming aspects got slight buffs. A couple of uniques, I guess, were underperforming. They got changes or buffs. And then in your talisman, there's a couple of little buffs here for Applied Alchemy and Nilfers. I guess these were slightly less performing talisman sets. I don't play rogues, so I'm sort of taking that from reading. But that's it. Like, there's very little for rogues, no nerfs. So if you like rogues right now, they will just be stronger next season, minus the bugs that were in the game, and they will probably still be fine. In fact, you might have some other builds that will still work. So rogues are looking fine. Sorcerer is getting the damage scaling from the core stat as well. The Firewall, I think, is getting nerfed, because I think everyone's using Ring of Fire variant, and that, I'm assuming, used dot damage and direct damage before for pyromancy skills, and it's now only going to be affected by direct damage. So I'm assuming, I'm just making assumptions here, I'm assuming that's what was being done, and if that's the case, that's a pretty hefty nerf to that. But it will now spawn on you if it's used from the enchant, so yeah, I don't know if that's that may well not be the top S tier build, but one sec. What are you doing, Cat? I'm busy, mate. I'm working. All right, I know it's hot. My cat's just flopping about. He doesn't know what to do himself. It's so bloody hot. The other stuff in Sork that's getting changed, one of the things you guys will like if you like playing Sork, is this orbital variant for Ball Lightning will now be castable while you're moving, which is what the old unique used to do. So you're going to be able to go around, play with this, and you're going to be able to cast it while moving around. So it'll just be really nice for like farming, like speed farming, like it used to be. Other than this, they've made a real concerted effort to try and buff frost-based builds in general, like Fireball Frost variant, Frozen Orb, for example, for the Fire variant. They've nerfed a glyph a little bit, one of the Pyromaniac ones. They've giga nerfed Enchantment Master Legendary nerf. It's huge. It's been from 100 down to 60. But it's no longer going to force you into wanting to play two of the same element to get the biggest benefit. So it kind of means you get more flexibility without detrimental effects, but you don't get as much damage from it. So it's a nerf and a quality of life in a way. And then there's a whole load of buffs to your cold stuff down here, like loads of aspects for Yeah, loads of aspects getting buffs here, so like cold stuff, and I guess these are underperforming ones. Your blue rose for your ice spikes, that's getting buffed. And talisman, there's a couple of talisman set bonus buffs here as well. So mostly just buffs for spirit for Sork, but a couple of nerfs in there. One sec, what the hell is going on with my YouTube chat? It keeps saying it's disconnecting and then connecting again. What the? Let me refresh this. It's very off-putting. All right, I'll refresh. Maybe that fixes it. Is it okay to resend your question? Oh, yeah, sorry, Lurker. Did I miss one? Yeah, send it again. Sorry, I must have missed it. I do apologize. Druid Telly from Red Wolf set is gone. Is it? Okay. That's good. I'm glad, because that was silly. Okay, Spiritborn. There isn't the hugest amount of changes for Spiritborn, but there are some really significant ones here. One more question. Yeah, would it be bad to have apprehension transfigured on the amulet instead of suppression and keep suppression on my boots? It wouldn't be bad. It's just not optimal. Suppression gives you up to 225x damage. Apprehension will only give you 60. So you're losing a lot of damage by not having kinetic suppression on your amulet. Yes, that means you're going to have to roll it over and over again. Use your Coolian transfiguration items and just keep re-rolling until eventually you get it. And then you put apprehension on your boots. But you will lose a lot of damage doing it that way around. You're there, Zach's seen it. So for Spiritborn, they're buffing basic skills. So Rock Splitter, Fire Rock Splitter. The problem with Fire Rock Splitter is that works with the Rizoka set, and that currently has no changes even in the PTR. So that probably means Fire Rock Splitter will still feel bad to play. It will probably be quite good in pushing. It will just feel horrible to play. But Rock Splitter as a whole has got a bit of a buff. Thunder Spike got a little bit of a buff. Infected Ground is the poison variant. I don't really see this being crazy, but it's there. Android knows. Obnoxious with the 14 months. Obnoxious, thank you. Appreciate you. It's been a while. It has. How you doing? Do I get 2? I don't do beans at the moment because they were giving me allergic reaction. Sadly. I had to stop doing them. I was trying to work out for a long time why I kept getting a really itchy face on stream. And I haven't really had a problem since I've stopped doing those beans. So I don't know if it's those in general or if it's certain flavors or something. But yeah, I used to get like a really itchy face. Like it'd be really bad. Like it was like I just stuck my face in like a bunch of flowers somewhere and got like pollen all over my eyes. Bean Boozled, yeah. So I will do Bean Boozled again in future for like challenge streams, but I'm not going to do them every stream because it actually is really uncomfortable. So I apologize, Obnoxious. Sorry, I've been doing it for a little while just because. Yeah, do you know what? I suffered doing those for like a year and a half doing that with the itchy face. And I finally decided I needed to figure out what it was because it was getting worse. They have a histamine trigger in them. My wife had the same reaction. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it has been a while. But anyway, how are you doing, Obnoxious? I really appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Maybe I had a camera allergy. Well, maybe. My YouTube chat is going crazy. What the F? Is this PTR patch notes, Mike? It is, yes. I don't know what's going on with my YouTube chat thing. That's crazy. Okay, so yeah, a load of basic skill stuff. Now, this one is very interesting. Thrash. Now, I know someone who's sitting in my Twitch chat right now who said they got Thrash to a pit 125. I think you said 125, which is pretty good for Thrash. And I'm guessing that was using the Jaguar variant. So let's just say that gets to 125. I'm guessing if you didn't get it there, if you put transfigurations, it would get there. So this third attack damage buff here, that will just be a straight up buff to all variants. It doesn't matter which one. But more importantly, the Storm version of Thrash, the variant one, that is getting a further third attack damage buff. An even bigger one. And the Spirit Storms on it are getting doubled in damage. That's enormous. Now, Spirit Storms have been typically not that great up until now, but there's a reason why I'm very excited for Spirit Storms in Season 15, and you'll get to it in a minute. And this is the bit that I screamed with happiness and probably made my neighbours think I'm even crazier than they already do. Withering Fist, a little buff to the poisoning side, and the Gorilla variant's getting tripled in damage, so I don't know if this will be good, but I mean, that's a pretty big buff. 3 times damage. So maybe that's good. This is the one that most people will care about. The counterattack swarms are getting nerfed, which, to be honest, I actually figured would happen. We just didn't really know how they would do it. They could have done the kinetic suppression aspect. They could have done the actual damage on the damage on Pestilent Swarms within counterattack is just too high. And they've gone real hard on it. They've halved it. That's a big damage nerf right there. So that brings it down from 140s to 130s straight away. Pretty much. Because that's like all the ranks you get in it, of which you get a lot of them. That's reducing the damage. You get 50% bonus from all those ranks now. It's huge. It's a huge damage nerf. So, yeah. So, counterattack Swarm is probably still going to be pretty good. Like, you're probably still going to be able to beat the games. If you really like playing that build, you will still be able to play that build. I just don't think it's necessarily de facto going to be the best build on Spiritborn next season. But it's still going to be good, I think. So, this is the bit this is the best bit in the patch notes for me, personally. They are giving us a new Paragon board. I do know at least one other creator that gave some feedback saying we needed more support for storms, spirit storms. I also gave this feedback pretty much immediately after the expansion came out, and there's probably other people as well. So there's a new board, but it's not specifically spirit storms. It covers a few different builds. So for pestilent swarms of all kinds, so your stinger, your stinger pestilent swarms, counterattack pestilent swarms, womber pestilent swarms, they or spirit storms will get 80% increased damage. So you can use this for pestilent swarms and you can use it for spirit storms. Great. More importantly, your storm feathers are going to deal 150% increased damage. Now, all of you guys that really liked evade storm feathers in the past, this will bring it back to decent viability speed farming again. Even after the nerf it took in Season 14, this will bring it back up again. That is a massive buff to those. But the one that really excites me that I don't think many people will think about is the Firestorm build, because the Firestorm build is also actually it's actually decent right now. But the thing about the Firestorm on the Sunbird's Gorget Amulet is the Firestorm counts as Storm Feather damage. Now, if this interaction, as I read, works, that will buff the Storm Feather Firestorm by a 2.5x damage buff, which is massive. And on top of that, the Jagged Plume glyph, the movement speed's being nerfed, but the damage is being doubled on it. So that's going to buff your Storm Feathers. That's going to buff your Firestorm. They both work with it. So both of those builds are going to be a lot better than they are right now next season. And the Firestorm is getting the biggest W there because Firestorm didn't get the nerf this season. So I think Firestorm's potentially going to be quite a good build next season again, which is great because I like that build. And if you like the Evade Storm Feathers build where you evade around and use your Storm Feathers, that's probably going to be quite good as well. And if they fix the inheritance tags, then you'll probably be able to use the Eagle Rushing Claw with it as well. And you don't actually have to use Evade, you just need to move around. But you could use your Rushing Claw with the Storm Feathers. So eventually, I think this Storm Feather build will be really good again in the end game. So there's a lot of that stuff. Another Counter Swarm season? I don't think so, laughing my ass off. Counter Swarm, I don't think will be the top build. It's been, you don't understand how impactful that 50% damage nerf is. That's not just take your current damage and half it. Necessarily. You take half the damage. You have to take into account, like, how much proportionate of the damage of Counter Swarms is coming from your ranks. Probably more than 50%. And then you need to half that. So, yeah. Yeah, so I still think Swarms is going to be good. I think Swarms will get in 130. I think Firestorm's going to be in 130. I think your Thrash Spirit Storms is going to be in 130. I think there's going to be a few builds up there. We'll see. I don't think the Swarm build is going to be de facto the best build. I hope not, because it honestly would make me sad. I don't actually like the build very much as it is now. I preferred it last season. It was a lot more fun for me. So I don't really want to play that much next season, if I'm being honest. I'm definitely going to play Spirit Storm stuff and anything. I'm going to play Firestorm and stuff, probably. I don't think many people will think about the Firestorm thing, but this is huge. That's a 2.5x damage buff to Firestorm. It's massive. And there's a few other things that you can do with that build, which you probably won't be able to do very easily with the Swarm build, but we'll see. But Swarm will still be really good, I think. Yeah, so we'll see. Talon's getting a bit of a buff. Jagged Plume, as I say, the movement speed's being reduced, but the stacks is being doubled. So your movement speed comes down by about by about 20% overall, and you're capped too, but you get twice as much damage. So really nice for Storm Feathers, really nice for Firestorm. You can still get a lot of movement speed from this. And then aspects-wise, Endless Talons, well, if that still works the same way it did before, it's probably still going to suck. But if it works better, then great for Spirit Storms. Fleet Wings is based on your movement speed, so that'll be really good for Storm Feathers and for Firestorm, because they're the only two builds that will realistically get to 300% movement speed or even close to it. Combined Strikes is just annoying, but it is quite powerful if you want to spam multiple basic skills. And Raider's Aspect was kind of like a courtesy change for extra poison res here. But I don't think many people use this, and I still don't think many people will use it, if I'm being completely honest. This would be very good if the Gloves of Crazed Gods works on the Touch of Death build. Like, if they fix those gloves, where you just want to stack as much poison res as you physically can, this would then be potentially usable there, because you'd get the poison res. It'd make you really tanky. But yeah, right now, I don't think that'll be used. I'm not going to go through all of these in detail, because honestly, I don't know Warlock that well, but Warlock has gotten the most amount of changes, like crazy amounts of changes, loads of massive buffs. Like, Warlock's probably going to be quite good next season, because you just look at the numbers, like they've just had crazy numbers of buffs, like loads of them across the whole board. Like, nearly everything's gone up. So they've obviously realized, okay, Warlock's massively underperforming in almost every way, like literally costs and damage and being able to use things while you're moving. Legendary aspects going up, loads of them. Nearly all of them are getting buffed here. Nearly nothing's getting nerfed. Uniques, they're going up. Like, loads of those are going up for the most part. So yeah, I think Warlocks are probably going to be quite good next season. So anyone who hasn't played Warlock or wants to play them, yeah, you've potentially got some really nice builds there. I don't know which builds are going to be top. I'll have to talk to the specialists when they get into it. Yeah, Money Knight, I have already said this. Barbarians have definitely taken the poop end of the stick, sadly. They are getting very badly nerfed, at least in the PTR. Now, things might change in... by the time we get to the final season. But yes, the Barbarian is definitely the class that's got the biggest amount of nerfs. Like, it's pretty much all nerfs. Warlock is the opposite. They got the biggest amount of buffs. So yeah, I don't think Barbarian's necessarily going to be the top class next season, but de facto. There's a bunch of bug fixes as well for various different things here. For various different classes. I'm not going to go through all of those. Funnily enough, look at the bug fix list for Warlock. You've got to think that Warlock's got to be a bit better than this season. Look at it. It's ridiculous. You've got loads of bug fixes. We didn't get a single bug fix on Spiritborn. Not a single one. So, good. Clearly, Spiritborn has no bugs. Doesn't need any fixes. Yeah, rolls the eyes. There's going to be a bunch of unique items you couldn't get in charm form as well, which we're going to be able to. Like the Thunder God's Blessing's a pretty nice one. You're going to be able to get the swords, for example. Shard of Varathiel. That would be a nice one. Signet of Pelgame for your cold builds. And so on and so on. There's a bunch of there. A load of like Warlock ones as well. So yeah, a bunch of stuff in there, and then of the new uniques coming, the legacy ones, you can 3, 4, 7 of those are going to be charmable as well. Only 3 won't be. So that's kind of nice. You're not going to be able to put the Leoric's helm in here, for example, because that's kind of pointless. There's no reason to do that. You won't be able to use the socketable thing in it. So yeah, so that's all looking nice, and then yeah, there's a bunch of balance updates down here as well, like just general like aspects in. So like Heavenly Aspects can now be equipped by Spiritborn, but it got nerfed. So anyone who was using this, it's worse than what it was. I don't think we'll actually end up using that on Spiritborn. We would have if it stayed as it was. We won't as it is now. Yeah, a bunch of these aspects have been buffed, so like extra like defenses and stuff. A load more bug fixes here with various different skills. Again, I'm not going to go through them all in detail, but again, no Spiritborn buffs, no Spiritborn bug fixes at all, because clearly Spiritborn is perfect and doesn't need any bug fixes, and that's kind of it. So it is a pretty significant patch, this, really. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in there. Some people will certainly be more upset than others, but there's a lot of new features, a lot of new build crafting. I can see the meta being shaken up completely for certain classes. And I can definitely see Necromancer being better. I can see Warlock being better, up the meta. Spiritborn will be fine. I don't know if we'll be the best class, but we'll probably be as good as we always are. We'll be at least A tier, but we'll probably have some S tier builds. We'll probably, I think Swarm may still be S tier. That's just how good it is right now. Even after a second nerf, it's probably still going to be an S tier. It just won't necessarily be 100 times stronger than everything else. We may actually have some other builds that will compete with it. We'll see. Yeah. So I think it's looking pretty good. What's everyone else's thoughts? Go on. I'm interested to hear. Everyone's going to be like, I've got my fork and my torch out. I'm going to burn it all down. Andrew's happy. He's like, Spirit Storms! They should have an emergency patch to make the pets pick up all items and allow those items to be filtered. I don't need that. I don't think they need an emergency patch for that specifically, Vigilance, as much as it may be a really nice quality of life thing. Clink, PoE2 better. Well. We're going to have words, Clink. We're going to have big words. Yeah. You're excited for Spirit Storms. Hey, SSD, how's it going, dude? No, I'm messing, Clink. I'm messing. PoE2 was great. 0.5 was fantastic. My only hope now is that 1.0 does not land on top of Season 16, because it may well do. I mean, it does. That means I'm going to have to choose. Probably. I really, really hope I can play 1.0. I really want to. 0.5 is the only league of PoE2 I think I've genuinely enjoyed from beginning to end. Like, genuinely enjoyed. I haven't got that much bad to say about it. You can always say there's things to improve, but it was just an actual, like, joy to play. At least in the time. I played it pretty solidly for, like, 3 weeks, which is a long time for me. Because I had other things come up. So, yeah. 0.5 was a really, really good one. So I just hope 1.0 does not land on top of Season 16, because that would just be bad for me. It'd certainly be bad for me. It'd be bad for a lot of other people. I did, but I think they were buffed after the fact, Obnoxious, and I've not had a chance to go back since. They should give Druid a skill to shapeshift into a Were Raven. Yeah, they might get dubbed for plagiarism if they do that. Grim Dawn's the only game that's got Were Ravens at the moment. Yeah. Let's get them to fix the classes as they stand before adding new stuff, eh, gaming? Okay, all right. There's a lot there to digest, and I'm sure you guys have listened to enough of my voice in the last... Bloody hell, that's taken nearly 45 minutes or something. So I am going to boot up the game, and I am going to put together a Fire Saw build today, just for funsies. But as I say, I think the Firestorm build's probably going to be quite good next season. It's a bit of a hidden black horse that most people just won't think of. But it does very much depend on, A, does that new Paragon board work with it? It should do, but it's new. Like, it might not work at all. It might be bugged. It might give us 1,500% damage, in which case it'll be really, really good. And then I won't tell anyone until the day before the season starts, so I can enjoy it for 2 weeks. Like I did with Poison Stinger. Terrible, isn't it, really? I did say that. You didn't hear that here. And... yeah, I mean, if you're a Spiritborn enjoyer, you're certainly going to have new stuff to play. If you're a Druid enjoyer, I think you're going to have new stuff to play. If you're a Barbarian enjoyer, you're probably going to want to get a bucket for the tiers. If you're a Necromancer enjoyer, like I say, I've been told there should be one really giga build. I will find out what it is before the season starts for you. At least one giga build. So there should be a really good build. Warlock... I don't know if they're going to be good, but there's so many buffs in there, they can't be terrible, surely. Like, take how good they are now, put them up. They've got to be better. They've surely got to be better. So, yeah, I mean, there's just so many buffs in there. They can't not be better, really. Rogues, they're already pretty good. They've had their crazy bugs removed, and they've had a couple of nice little changes. So I think they were just in a pretty good space. That's why they've not had much they've not had much change, because they don't need it. So if you like your rogue, you kind of know what the meta's likely to be here. Minus the new items. The new items could change some things, so we'll see. Depends how insane some of the new legacy items are. But and then Paladin, I don't know. I mean, it looks to me like they've made a real push on Judgment here. Judgment in general, and Judicator skills and such. So... maybe those become decent. I mean, even the talisman set's been buffed for it. So, yeah, I mean, if that doesn't become decent after all these changes, that's really what's changed there, really. So it's what you know already, minus, again, the new uniques coming in. So, again, those new uniques, we don't know what they all do yet, so... When's the new season estimated to start? Well, we think it's going to be the Tuesday after BlizzCon, which means I probably won't start on day one. I will start when I get home or when I've had a nap. I'm flying back from BlizzCon on Monday night, which means I don't get back to the UK until Tuesday evening, I think, which means I won't be home until Tuesday evening. So it depends how tired I am. If I'm not too tired, I will just go and get a load of caffeine and I will blast. I'm going to try and pre-prepare as much as I can so I can literally just come on and play. But, yeah, that's when we're expecting it to be. It's usually a month after the PTR ends, so it'll be, yeah, that would put it straight after BlizzCon. But we haven't, that's not official yet, so we'll have to wait until they officially announce that. Yeah, okay, let's get the game boosted up here. I haven't boosted up D4 apart from for a few minutes earlier for about a week or so. See if I can remember how to play. Druids should be able to wear different shapeshift forms, skins, and armor. Yes, they should be able to do that. That probably is quite a tricky technical problem to solve, though, because that means you've got to craft the armor for all the different variants, which means you've got however many different transformations, multiples of every single armor type in the entire game that they can wear. That blows the storage space of the game out of proportion because you've got that many more assets in the game. That means the memory usage goes up and so on and so on. That's why they haven't done it, probably. And it's a lot of time as well. That'd be a lot of dev time. It's not that it can't be done. That's just probably why it's not been done. You basically have to redo every single skin in the game once you do that to fit those models, which means the skins have to be changed. They all have to be redone. That's a lot of man hours right there. People don't think about that, but it's so I do understand why they've not done it, as annoying as it is. Like, people are paying for these skins and you don't see them half the time. That's kind of poop, isn't it? Yeah, but this is the thing, Vigilance. It's what I'm saying. The alternative forms, you got to think every single skin you've got on Druid. Like, literally, if you do it for one, you got to do it for all of them. So let's say you've got 50 skins on Druid, which you probably do, like, or 20 skins. You've definitely got 20 skins. That means you need 20 for human, 20 for bear, and 20 for werewolf. They all have to work for all three forms. And seamlessly, and they all have to be loaded into memories, because you're going to potentially be in and out of all of them. So that means you're using more memory usage on the computer. It means it's a bigger game to download because you've got more assets to download and so on. And it's a lot of man hours to do that. So that's why. Yeah. Right, okay. Let's see, where do I start? Guess I'll do the skill tree for this build first. Let's do that. I'll do the items last. Got to remember how we actually build this build because I haven't played this since last season. Okay, let me... So I've got my swarm build. Actually, I'll make sure I've saved this off first. I probably have, but swarm farm. Oh, right, okay.
What brings you?
On there. Just empty out my inventory here because I'm going to need the space. I've got to be real. The new season stuff is looking pretty good. Like, I've read down it. It's not just the Spiritborn stuff. Like the new features and the new mythic crafting, and some of the new uniques and stuff. It all sounds like much better than what we've been given for season 14. Like, I'm actually excited for it. And on top of that, it just looks like a real concerted effort to shake the meta up has been done. Whether that's what they'll achieve or not, we'll see. But it does look like they've definitely tried to do that, which is all I can ask, really. It didn't really feel like that's what happened in this season. It was a bit lackluster for me, but it definitely looks like they're trying to do that next season, so that's good. Right, okay, so we'll just put all this stuff away. We don't need any of that. We'll sort items out in a minute. I've got a planner for this already, so what spirits do I use on this? Let's go for the... That's not the build. What the hell? Why am I on the upheaval build? What? That was very odd. Mythic, here we go. What spirits do I use on this build? Gorilla and Eagle, okay. That will make me run really slow. Do I use the Harmony of Iwaka? I must do, surely. I do, yeah. Okay. Okay, for speed farming, you can just swap these around. You just put Eagle and Gorilla in, that's no problem. You'll just have less barrier gen, and you'll have Gorilla down there, but you can certainly do that for speed farming version. We'll start with this so I can get it up and running, and then I'll figure out how we're going to play it. I should have all the stuff I need to make this build. Hey, Cop Mando with the Prime. 13 months. Thank you, Cop Mando. Appreciate you, dude. How you doing, Cop? You're referring to the bear and werewolf, yeah, and cosmetic skins for just it. Yeah, but it's the same point, Vigilance. So if you've got 20 skins, they're already for human forms. You've got those. You need to redo those for werewolf and bear. That's 40 more skins. So that's 40 times more skins of memory, 40 times more skins that have got to be designed and at least modified and crafted so they can fit those models. So it just it becomes a bigger job than you would initially think. That's all. That's why they haven't done it, I think. You're just reading through the patch notes, okay? You think, yeah, Sork's taking a hit a little bit. I think the fire build's being hit a bit. Let's reset. I do agree, by the way, Vigilance. I do think they should do it, but that's probably why they haven't done it, which is what I'm saying. Okay, right, so that's right. I use pseudo skills on this to get around and not that's right. Ferocity generation, cooldown. Yes, I remember. Yes, I was very cheeky with this build. Very cheeky indeed. Okay, I remember how this works. It was fun, this build, when I played it. It was a little bit spammy, but once you get used to it, it was quite fun. Let's take these. Max out Soar, of course, because this is our main damage dealer. Take Ravager with the duration increase, cooldown, and the maximum ferocity. Max out Ravager, of course. I didn't max out Toxic Skin. That's interesting. Why did I not do that? I put the here. Oh no, I put the duration in here. Yeah, that makes sense. Why didn't I max that out then? Oh, that's right. I remember I got the movement speed from there, didn't I? Yeah. Okay. I'll stick with what I've got here. It might be able to change this up a little bit, actually. So we go up here. This is for our unstoppable, block damage reduction, and barrier. Obviously, you're using the concussive stomp stuff because it's just giga busted. Scourge. Weaken, vulnerable, damage reduction. And I actually maxed this out. And I take the lightning centipede version with the healing. And that leaves me with some ranks for this. Where does that leave this one? 92% movement speed. Okay. We'll see where we land on that. I might not need as many ranks in there. It depends how many I get from my talisman in the end. Pre-op all cleared. Ready for Tuesday gaming. Okay, nice. Keep us updated. You wouldn't use those skins. They won't just do skins just for bear and skins just for werewolf, I don't think. I suppose they could go that way, but I don't think they would. Because it literally just leads them down the same path they are, but even worse. And now they've got a problem where it's like, now you've got all these skins that only work in certain forms, and you only see them in certain forms, and people are like, well, why would I buy them? So, yeah. They'll make the problem like twice as worse or triple as worse. Okay, I probably would want the extra armor in that, but we'll see how we get on. I might not need all the ranks in there once I put this together properly. Paragon. We got Ritual in here, so we do actually use Mystic Circle in this build. Because Ritual is intelligence, okay. Okay, let's take this. Intelligence. Down here, grab all the life nodes. We are going to need all of those. And ritual. I don't think my glyphs are going to be that high, so I'm probably going to have to go level them up a bit. 93, it's not too bad. It's 59. We get 64. That's because the last one's up here. Fine. Right, second boards. I put Infighter in here. Which way did I go here? Okay. Righty, I went that way for some reason. What glyphs did I put in here? Hone. I guess I put that in there to solve the crit chance. Maybe you could get that off with GG stuff. But we'll stick it in for starters. Okay, we'll take all the life. And we come up here. Come up here and take those. We don't even care about that cluster. They still haven't changed this cluster, even though it's useless to us. I keep saying to them, like, this cluster really is useless to us. Please change this. It never happens. Never mind. Convergence. What glyph is this? Spirit. Yeah. Okay. Right, Spirit will definitely be up here somewhere. I haven't actually leveled up my glyphs all that high this season, really. Actually, we'll go down there because we get more dexterity from it. We'll take all the life. Take all these. Take those. Fine, Spirit. Okay. Okay, I actually put Revealing in here. What glyph I put in here? I've put Colossal in here, but I'm not sure that's the way to go. Because I'm probably not stacking up max. Am I stacking max resolve? I am. I'll be squishy as hell, though. Holy. I never changed this build, did I? Okay. I'm probably going to change that, but I'll put what I'll do is we can put Hone in here, because this is really good for strength. And that'll just be easy to activate for now. And it's got a lot of strength. Come up this way. Take these. All the life. And then this one will almost certainly be Viscous Shield, I reckon. Yeah. Prodigies won't really work here. Drive doesn't work on this. Bitter doesn't matter. Viscous Shield or Spiny. So yeah, Viscous Shield's your only option. I don't know if our barrier gen's going to be enough. I might have to do some stuff for barrier gen to improve the barrier gen on this build. It'll be better next season because you'll have more DR, so your barrier won't necessarily get burnt down quite so easily. What glyph did I put in here? Canny. Yeah. Okay, so that's Canny. Okay, you can do that. And then one there. And one there. Well, you just do that. That's fine too. Gonna need all the barrier gen. We've got 30 points left, okay. That's only at 48.1, but I've got no gear on yet. 52. $59, that's probably the limit. I'm going to take all these. 15 points left. So we can put Revenge down here. I can probably make that work. I want the damage. Where the hell is it? There we go. That's intelligence based, isn't it? Yep. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I went up this way because it's got all the intelligence nodes. So, where are we up to? Okay. 1, 2. Need one more. Is there another way I can opt? Oh, here we go. Nailed it. Okay. Easy. So that's scaling all those. We can get thorns on the gloves. 12 points left. That's capped out. That's sorted. All the life nodes have been taken. I guess we can max out spirit a bit more. That one's okay. That one's capped. Oh, yeah, let's take that there. There we go. Okay, fine. That's the Paragon probably for now. Right, gear. Hey, highly suspect. How's it going? Form-specific skins would require UI rework as well. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, highly, exactly. It's a lot more work than people would initially think, that's all. Hey, Duke, how's it going? Yeah, good, dude. How you doing? It does look like they're specifically trying to buff Judgment on Paladin. Yeah, that's what I said. I don't know if that's going to be enough, but yeah, it definitely looks like that's what they're trying to do. You went Jagged Plume on the Paragon board. For Sunbird, I went Russian Claw, not Thrash. Yes. Depends how you want to play it. I went with Thrash because then you've got a lock on. You've got lock on by default. And then it also gives you cooldown reduction. So it allows you then to be able to use all your cooldowns easier. But you can absolutely do Rushing Claw as well. Yeah, I mean, it's a that's definitely a viability. Right, so weapon. I'm probably going to have to change this up for my guide a little bit. Because I've changed a few things since. Weapon, have I got a pole arm that fits that already? I'm not sure if I have. Yeah, you want pole arm on this one. Because you don't care about the attack speed so much. It's all about evading. Got a pair of Soar boots that are insane. Like, this, next season, these would be mental. Because you'd be able to straight upgrade these into a mythic version. I don't think I've got a mythic version of these boots, have I? Or have I? Oh, I have. But I can't get the right stats on it, which is really annoying. I'm pretty certain I need attacks, reduce, evade, cooldown on these. Although Mobilistics has nuked my stats. That's great. Thanks, game. Thanks. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's how I did it. And I really need the maximum life if I'm going to stay alive, I think. So yeah, even on this, I wouldn't be able to get max life and attacks reduce evade, I guess. And on this one, I'd have to change the maximum evade charges to attacks reduce evade. But I wouldn't get the max life, so I suppose that's probably going to have to do for now. And I might just be a bit squishy until I can get another one that's better. Yeah. Shit, let's sort my talisman first. The Balazan set's definitely not going to be my top set. I just need to find somewhere to put these. For this build, the Balazan won't be the top one. I'm pretty sure I used Multitude on this. Let me have a look. Multitude, yeah. Multitude with Protein, right? Yeah, okay. It says Gorilla skills, but you can use any Gorilla or Eagle's fine. Where's my Multitude set? These will probably be fine. Centipede, Gorilla, Eagle, Eagle, Eagle. These will all be fine. I can just use these because I'm going to have all 4 spirits on the skill anyway. So that's easy peasy. What about this seal? This seal won't matter for this build. What's this one like? Dexterity. Oh, it's rubbish. It hasn't got any multitude stuff on it. What about legendaries? Maybe I've got a better legendary here. Probably do. Multitudes. Centipede, critical damage. Oh, that's pretty good. Swear I had a different one for this. Okay, I guess we use that. Crit damage, centipede damage, so don't care about... Oh, no, it's not +6 charms, is it? I definitely had a multitude set when I was using it for Stinger. Where the hell's my charm gone for it? I didn't salvage it, did I? Surely not. That's annoying if I did, because that was probably quite a good charm. Okay, I'm just going to have to use... I mean, it doesn't matter. I can use this one. It's like 20x damage for now. If I have to. Unless I've got a better crit damage one. I do not. Okay, we'll just use this then. It's 20x damage. It's better than what I've got here. Okay. Protean, centipede skills is fine. Oh, I've got a protean with gorilla skills. Oh yeah, we use that. That's even better. Sweet. Okay. It's talisman. Boots. Harmony Viva Waka. Where did I put that? Dex, fire, cooldown. What do I want on the helm? That's probably okay. I can probably use that. Dex, max life, armor, cooldown. Yeah, that's fine. Max resolve. Yeah, this is fine. We can use this. What? Runes, Moni, Q. Okay. Moni, Q. Fine. Chest beast, Dex, max life, armor, resistances, and actually I've got resolve stacks on there, but I probably want to put max life on it, so I can probably reuse one of these I've got. Yeah, I mean I've got a really good one there I can roll armor on, but I might have one I've already got rolled. That's resistances, max resource. We've actually got 2 max resources ones. I probably don't need that. I've already got a better one here. I can go. You see the PTR patch notes have been released, Breakpoint. Yeah, I went through them already. I'm just getting a different build together now, one I haven't tried this season yet. We'll get it going anyway. Okay, I might have to use this item here. Roll the life regen into... armor. Okay, let me... Wow, I run slow right now. Let me flick these around just so I can run quicker. That's a little better. Enchants. Let's roll the life regen into armor. First roll. How high was it though? Pretty high. Okay, that'll do. Lovely. And then can we cube this? Can we do focused? Yeah, we can. Sweet. Because I can use the resistance one. What? Oh, wrong chest piece, that's why. So I want it. And then we just roll poison res to all res. I know I had a GA on poison, but I'd prefer to have all res here, and I think you can get it now. You just got to keep rolling until you get it. Yeah, there you go. That'll do. Fine. Right, that chest piece is in a much better state. Good. Gloves. Crit damage, vulnerable damage, fire damage, cooldown reduction. I don't know if I've got a pair of gloves that match that description. That's damage over time. Dex, vulnerable damage, poison, damage over time. Crit, vulnerable, poison, stinger. Let me see if I've got any other gloves lying around that I can use to make, essentially make what I want. Yellow. Oh, I do have a good one, actually. GA vulnerable, GA fire. Yeah, that'll do. I don't have the GA crit, but I can almost certainly make this work. Because I can add... I want to say it will be a utility aspect for cooldown. Got it first time, but we can re-roll it. So I get a higher one. Because I'm then going to re-roll enchant lucky hit into crit damage. Oh, it's hit minimum again. I just got to wait for it to hit cooldown. I want it to be a bit higher than minimum anyway. Hey, Marsh. Thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate it. It has been a while. How you doing, Marsh? How you doing, dude? 2 months. Appreciate it. Oh, 8%. Nice. Nailed it. Okay. Right, gloves. Here we go. Barrier. We don't need ranks on here. Dexterity's nice. We can always roll the cooldown off if it comes to it. I need critical damage multiplier here now. There we go. I bet it's a maximum as well. Yeah, nice. Okay, this will do. Okay, that goes in there. I think you need the cooldown reduction. That's all. That's why I put it there. Pants, Glynn's Anvil, Dex max life, armor resistance, and instead of max resolve, we put max life because obviously we're just going to be too squishy. I think I've got one that just works for that. Glynn's. Yeah, here we go. What runes have I put in here? Semzik. Because we're going to be evading all the time. Zemzik. There we go. Right, weapon. This is where we get interesting. You've been stuck with work? Oh, that's not fun. Hopefully it's not been too painful. Oh, it's blooming hot here at the moment. It's meant to get cooler again by the end of the week, but it's been really hot here. You're almost top 150 on Barb. Well, make the most of it this season, Zach, because I don't think Barb's gonna be the one next season. Not unless things drastically change from the PTR. Yeah. They definitely taken a bit of some. They've taken some L's, that's for sure. But why does it seem like my game is going slow? Does it? Oh, it does. Good question. 1 second. Let me reset my game catcher. See if this helps. It's not going slow for me, so it's got to be something to do with the capture. Rob's going to be gutted. I've heard he's not happy. Yeah, okay. I'm going to reset the game. I think it's the default. I think it's because I kept minimizing in and out. The game really doesn't like being minimized in and out. Hashtag nerf Barb is coming back. Yeah. Well, I'll just reboot the game here. Hopefully that fixes it. It shouldn't be going that slow. You can see my camera's fine, so it's not my stream. It's specifically the game capture. Yeah. You was in Albufeira for a week last week, and it's hotter here than it was there. I know, right? That's the thing, Marsh. How was the holiday, though? Hopefully you had a good time. The problem with the heat in the UK is it's just humidity. It's not sunlight heat. It's just humid as hell. So we're just sitting around, just sticking to everything. It's not very nice, is it? I think this seems better. Yeah, it seems better. How hot are we talking? It's not the heat, it's the humidity. It's like 80 to 85% humid here or something. So it may only be like 22 degrees or 25 degrees outside, but it feels like it's 40 because it's just so humid. Lads holiday. Pure carnage. How many of the days you were away do you remember? I haven't done one of those in a long time. Probably a good thing. Yeah, well, it sounds like you probably had a great time. Let's see if I've got a better one. I might have to... Crit max life. Yeah, that's a good one. It's a pole arm and all. Okay. Fire. Oh, the problem is that's not GA crit, so you could roll the weapon damage into crit and that would work fine as well. Okay, this is fine. Because this one's got the GA crit max life. I can get... If I can get lucky and get fire on there, then I can roll the weapon damage into dex. I have got the other one as backup. This, I mean, to be fair, this would be incredibly lucky if I get the right one. I've only got one chance, so YOLO. No. So I'd have to re-roll the poison. Don't know if that's worth it. Okay. I think we YOLO this and hope it doesn't roll the crit damage. It probably will. Oh. Oh, that focused the weapon damage. Oh, God. Alright, well, YOLO. Let's just re-rolled weapon damage to weapon damage again. Oh, good. Oh, it rolled to fire. I win! Yes! That was lucky. Cool. Alright, this works. The thing is, having a non-GA dex is going to be better than the weapon damage. I wanted to be able to roll that to dex and keep fire and then keep the GA crit. I just didn't want it. I want the max life because I want the tankiness. So we'll roll this to dex. It can go to 360, so we'll definitely go try and get a bit higher here. See if we can get to like 350 plus. I'm like 344 now. Is anyone free to boost you to level 70? Guys, is anyone playing right now who can boost Marsh? I'm not even sure what the best boosting strat is, actually, at the moment. Is it Pits, is it? Mafra, yep. Okay, that's looking really good. I can go in there. We'll do the aspects in a minute. Actually, we'll do them now. That's almost certainly what... T12 pit runs should take under an hour. Okay. Oh, there you go. Zach can help you, Marsh. Yeah, cheers, Zach. So this is actually Spirit Box. It's the original. But Mafra did do a cover of this. At least we can get Ball Lightning back to be... Yeah. Ball Lightning is going to be popular in the PTR, I think. You're going to be able to cast it while moving. Prop do escalation nightmare dungeons. I think T12 pits is sounding like it's good, but you need someone who can carry you. Boost using Helltide. It's been leveling faster than pit. Okay. Thanks, King May. Appreciate it. You can boost in the Helltide, but you need to be able to stay alive, apparently. Apparently that's quite good as well. Okay. I was going to say what's happening there. Right, aspects. What did I... Supremacy, Reapers, yes. We need Reapers here for the crit chance. And then we put Supremacy on here. So I don't really need this build to be like mega. I just wanted to play it just for fun, really. It's pretty fun last season. We want an amulet, crit. Oh, those I might not have. Wow, those are going to be some cooldown as well. I'm not sure I'm going to have rings for those. I kind of need the GA cooldown as well, don't I? I do have a cooldown and crit one here I can use. It's not perfect, but I can use it. What about up here? Oh, I do have a GA cooldown. Okay. Let's just take all the viable options here. I think it's vulnerable crit damage multipliers and then cooldown crit chance, and I want that on both rings. Let's see what I've got. What's that? Dex. Oops. What have I got in here? Because I'm probably not going to reuse these as is. I can't make that what I want it to be. And all that. Yeah, I've not really made... I haven't had that many good rings this season. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I don't have a lot of options. I'm going to have to try and make these work. Okay. Okay. So I don't need the attack speed. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm just going to straight up remove. I need the crit chance and I need the damage multipliers. What do I do? Let's remove that. Oh, okay, remove that one. Well, fine, I'll remove that then. I add vulnerable. That one's useful. It's not very high, but it's useful. Add again. Fire damage. Not the one I want. But it is useful. I really want crit damage multi on there. Add another one. Dexterity. Okay, I can remove that. And try again. I'm just hoping for some luck here, really. Critical damage multiplier. Nice. Okay, that ring can be used. Good times. Okay. Because I can enchant fire here to critical chance. Okay, how high does that go? 5. Yeah, the GA would have been nice, but anyway, we definitely want to get as high as possible on this. You want to get to 100% crit chance, but you need to do that through stats and such. It's on this build. Crit chance just never rolls, apparently. 3.5, that's too low. That was 12 million a reroll. 3.5 again, oh great. Four and a half is close. I'm only going to roll to a certain point. 4.5 I have to do if I don't get the 5. Oh, 5. Nice. Okay. Right. Good. And aspects ferocious and empowered. Okay. Let's just put empowered on this one. You have to have empowered on here. But the funny way of looking at this is you're not getting damage on that ring, but you're getting damage on the boots. So you can look at it as in like they've been flipped in this build. But you absolutely need this so that you can reset your skills and stuff. Now this ring here, I've got crit. I've got the cooldown. This is going to be very much a YOLO one as well. And I'll just try and make it as good as I can. I can't remove an affix from this. I can only chaotic re-roll it. But you can use that there. And then we re-roll the dex and hope it rolls into one of the ones I want, I guess. Life regen. Oh, good. That's defense, isn't it? Resource gen. Oh, resource. Okay, yeah, I can reroll that. It's not okay. That's fine. Chaotic. Life on hit. Is that defense? I think so. Hey, Trev, how's it going? Returning. How you doing? Love the builds. Any thoughts on any speed farming builds that use Epiphany Seal? Your fastest farming right now is Swarm. That uses Diamond. But you can use the Epiphany on there as well. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you've got the Diamond Mine or the Epiphany. You just need a 6-slot one. You're using 5 Balisans and 1 Protean Heart on that build. That's pretty quick. Speed farming wise, there isn't another build this season that's that strong that can move much faster. Sadly. Next season, though, I think there will be. You hit level 60 today, Magneto. Nice. How's it going? Diablo Steve, how's it going, dude? I might be going Warlocks. Warlock's looking like it's probably going to be quite good. It's had a lot of buffs, yeah. Yeah. I think Warlock's probably looking like it's going to have a good one. Are you not using Sunbird for Amulet? Not for this build, no. Because this is not a Sunbird's build. This is a Soar build. You meant to mention, I saw, I'm sure you just saw them too, but I didn't actually. A lot of my friends went to the Sode show, and apparently it was amazing. But yeah, that'll be a great one. Sode and Faith No More will be amazing. Helltide is great, but stay on your horse and avoid damage. Okay. My buddy was doing that Storm Druid build this season, so I was able to just sit. Oh, yeah, okay, because that just nukes. The Storm Druid build just nukes absolutely everything before it gets near to you. Yeah, okay. I mean, that's always good, isn't it? Well, I am just hoping I hit the jackpot with these rolls. Maximum life. You're chaotic rolling, and it rolls to a different category, and you just hope it hits the category you want and the one you want. I want to be able to... I can't re-roll the lightning without risk losing that GA crit damage. There aren't many utility aspects on here, so I actually can probably keep doing this. If it hits an offensive aspect, I've got to hope it hits one of the ones I want. There's a few I can live with. Dexterity. If it doesn't, then that's where it gets a bit trickier. Armor. Figure. Life on hit. That's defense. Cold resistance. Poison resistant. What? Chaotic. Resistances. The cold just rolled to poison. That's not meant to do that. Max life. Max life just went to armor. That's not right. It's meant to roll to a different category. What? Oh, no, it's rolled lucky hit, and I think that is utility, isn't it? Oh, rip. Oh, rip. Well, gonna have to YOLO it. Oh, it rolled the cooldown, you bastard. Well, I can still salvage this if I get lucky, so we'll keep going. Oh, what was I doing? I could have kept re-rolling lucky hit into crit damage there, couldn't I? That's alright, I can probably salvage this still. Life on hit. It doesn't seem to want to roll offensive here for some reason. Both of those are defensive, it doesn't matter which one it rolls. Yeah, the lucky hit I could have focus re-rolled. Resistances are also defensive. Okay. Makes sense. Life on hit. Cooldown, okay. I mean, I'd rather have higher cooldown, but this will do. So now we're back to the point where we roll these in YOLO and hope we hit. Oh, let's roll attack speed. Oh, no. Oh, okay. This might brick this item. I gotta hope it doesn't roll the crit damage. Okay, rolled it to Dex. Okay, I'll take it. If I do a focused reroll, that will only hit the score stat. Maybe I can do that. Maybe I've been messing it up. Can that go to offensive? No, it just rerolls the Dex. Okay, I'll have to do that then. Reroll. It's just going backwards and forwards. Resource again. Some life. This is a bit of a tricky craft, this one. To try and get it to where I want it to be. One hit. Resource. Resistances. Oops. Resource. Defense. Defense again. It really doesn't roll offensive very often here. Lucky hit chance. Oh, good. It's going to do the same thing to me again, you watch. But it actually did. However, that doesn't matter because I can now focus reroll lucky hit chance back into cooldown again. Yeah, and I can just keep rerolling until I get higher cooldown again. That's what I should have done the last time this happened to me. I've got so many of these. Oh, I got 8, fine. I've got so many of these I can afford to do that. I'm just hoping one of these random chaotics hits the jackpot. I need to hit crit chance, vulnerable, all damage. Any of those will be fine. Crit, yeah, any of those. Attack speed. That's not what I wanted. Okay, well, YOLO. If it hits the crit chance, then rip, which it did, you bastard. Okay, well, rip. Crit damage, lightning. Attack speed. I mean, yeah, I can't really do much else here, apart from just keep, that's all damage. That is probably the closest I'm going to get one. I haven't got any GAs now. I don't think I've got a better item. That's the annoying thing. Not that will fit the mold of what I need. That'll probably have to do for now, even though it's really basic. Damage of time. That's been transfigured anyway. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to live with that for now. Okay, amulet. I don't have many of those either, so this will be interesting. I really don't have many of those. I've got a GA crit I can try and make into something good. What have I got over here? Don't know why I kept that one. Salvage, that's terrible. Crit, vulnerable, max resource. Okay, that's a different kind of build. Yeah, I never really had a lot of amulets really either. I have to try and make this into something. Another, I mean, this is going to be really hard to get dex vulnerable, crit damage via anything like this. Got to try not to hit the crit damage. I've already got the dex actually, so maybe get better luck on this one. I've got attack speed straight off the bat. Max life. Cooldown. Poison. Oh, good. I don't think I can YOLO this. I actually just gonna have to enchant one and live with it without one stat for now because I literally don't have anything better. I'm gonna have to wait until I can find something better. If I want to put this build together, I need a half decent amulet for it. So we'll roll this into vulnerable, and then this you'd prefer to, this is going to do nothing for the build, sadly, but I'll just have to keep an eye out for another one. Okay, I think that's a maximum vulnerable, isn't it? Oh, it's close. Okay, this will do. Imprint, planes power.
Auspicious omen.
Enchant this. Attack speed into crit. The Apocalypse Warlock build I'm doing now is actually doing really well this season after the changes of Mythics. Really nice. Well, Warlock's getting giga buffed in Season 15. Like, they're getting the biggest amount of buffs by a mile. So, there's a very good chance Warlock will be pretty good next season. Okay. There we go. And Ferocious in there. Okay, amulet. Socket stuff. Wow, I'm running giga slow. I don't have any actual movement speed or anything. You get it from your ultimate. Means it's very slow in town. Okay, I need to get some of my socketables. What do I temper on the boots? Mobility cooldown reduction. Okay. Do these in a minute. Weapon is going to be rubies. Just stick those in there. There's my Giga Diamonds. We'll take those. I've got a couple of fairly big emeralds there, which I can use. Yeah, you do run slow in town on this build. I do not want to lose those. Stupid inventory not allowing me to pick up any of my gems. Yeah, let's not lose this. Okay, let's do that.
Welcome to the Isles.
Sandwich those. Dump off some runes.
Destruction.
Where are we? That's it. They needed to do it. They sold the expansion hinged on the Warlock, then nerfed it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they necessarily intended it to end up that way, but was thinking about trying 3 seals like Protean, Godslayer, Riving Moon. So unlock and use more aspects like Fleet Wings and use Widow Amulet. Or which build, Trev? Oh, they brought it to the game and nerfed it, King May. They did, yeah, they did to some degree. So yeah. Yeah. So I think Warlock's probably going to shine pretty well next season. Right, I need to do some tempers here. So I think I've got mobility. I need mobility on the amulet and.
Mainlander, what brings you?
Let's set up my skill bar properly first, so I can actually see what on earth is happening with my cooldowns and such. That goes there. Goes in there. Okay. 8.23 seconds. That's pretty high still. But once we put in... Yeah, so this makes... So one thing they haven't fixed is your evade is now Soar. But I think if I temper on evade cooldown reduction, it doesn't actually reduce the cooldown of Soar. Which I kind of wish it did, but it doesn't, I don't think. No, it doesn't.
Step up to my anvil.
So you have to do mobility cooldown reduction instead, which is a lot lower. And we'll obviously look to get the old cheeky GA in there. It's going to be a bit annoying. I haven't got max life on this, but we'll see how high our life goes. It's probably not going to be high enough without max life on the boots, but... I've got 1,373 scrolls of restoration, and I haven't even attempted to really... I really haven't attempted to farm those much. Just got infinite of them somehow. The Speed Swarm... Speed Swarm. No, I wouldn't do that. Speed Swarm, I'd just do what I did. Put your primary Eagle Spirit Hall on. Use secondary Spirit Hall, primary Spirit Hall. Change Revenge to Jagged Plume, and off you go. You'll run real fast. If you've got enough damage anyway, you can... I was like 20 ranks down on my Counter Swarm, and I was still nuking the entire game. The only thing I didn't try in that setup is T12 Mephisto. I just swapped back to my slower movement build for that. Okay, this one needs the crit chance. Again, has to be the GA. There you go. And then we can masterwork this. Into the crit damage. I mean, if we need the crit chance, I could go into there. Let me see, what's my crit chance at? I have 50 from that. We have 5 from the glyph. That takes me to 90. I'll get about another 1 from there. Let's see where we land. I might need to have that in crit chance for the time being. I probably don't have enough otherwise. I need to change. That max evade charges needs to be... I can't remember if I wanted max evade charges on this or whether I wanted attacks reduce evades. I think it was attacks reduce evades. That's why I've got Thrash on here. I'm sure it was. I haven't got the old version, and Mobilitics has messed up my guide, so I'll have to do this for now. I can always roll it back if not. Okay.
It has been a pleasure.
Can't remember where I want the GA on this either. I probably don't have that in the guide, do I? Oh, I want it in mobility cooldown reduction, do I?
Back to it then.
Yeah. You kind of want all the reduction in... all the cooldown reduction you can possibly get. We'll see how that goes, and then I can... optimize things out if I can. Want to make sure it actually works first. It's a shame I haven't got the fire damage on there, but never mind. What do we Coolian on here? Recalling feathers, okay. That makes sense, yeah. Tributes give a lot. Oh, what XP? Yeah. You've already got him. You've already leveled him up. Nice, GG, Zach. Appreciate you jumping in and doing that. I'll be happy if I can just get this build going. We'll see if we can get to like a pit 120 or something. I think if I had like much better gear, you'd probably get to like 125 or something maybe. There you go. Caster focus skill recalls nearby storm feathers. I think you actually need that on this build. This is how you generate and recall the storm feathers, and it helps you reduce your cooldown like a nutter. Let's check the pushing variant here. Yeah, I did stick with that. Oh, on the pushing variant, I actually took off a defensive and put recalling there and put offensive up here, did I? Yeah, I'm not sure. I suppose, yeah, if you're pushing, you could do that. You go less defense. And you can go more damage, but for farming, it's probably not a good idea. So that's that. Masterwork this. Where the Masterwork's going for this? Well, I put them in cooldown reduction because I probably... Oh, I need to temper cooldown reduction on all these as well. I'll say, if evade cooldown reduction works, you wouldn't need to put cooldown reduction literally everywhere like this. It'd be slightly less egregious, but... Because it rolls so much higher. What's our cooldown looking like now? 4.6 seconds. So that means every 2 attacks... No, not quite. If I had a GA attacks reduce... yeah, if I had a GA attacks reduce evade cooldown... I think that's what I would have needed. A GA attacks reduce evade cooldown. That means every 2 attacks you would reduce your... you would reduce the evades. Which means every time you use a sword, that's 1. And then you use your thrash in between. But it should be fine still, because I've got the evade feather stuff. But you might be able to get to the point where you can get the feather stuff off. Maybe. The dodge chance, obviously, just rubbish here. Right, this is done. Done. That was already done. Gloves. This is where we put thorns. Because then the revenge... It doesn't matter how high that rolls. We just need a thorns roll in there so that we can use the revenge glyph. Because we're going max life instead of... If we don't go max life, we'll just be too squishy. Let's stick that on the critical damage. Okay. Chest piece. Need to temper max life on there. Only resources I had issue with is souls and gold. Yeah, I've burnt through 8,000 souls so far doing this build. I had 35,000. I'm down 27 currently. So yeah, if you're doing lots of different builds, you can get through souls very quickly. I think tomorrow I'm going to do the Firestorm build. I want that one saved off for next week in my armory. Because that build, I can definitely see Firestorm. It depends if it works. If the Firestorm works with that new Paragon board, that's a hidden horse build. Like a 2.5x damage multiplier at the loss of a 1.6 or something. Yeah, it's a massive damage multi increase. Massive. It's way better than Revealing, for example. You'd have Drive, that new board. Convergence. And either Revealing or Inviter, I suppose. Probably. Or Viscous Shield. No, you could do Viscous Shield, maybe. Depends if you think you can keep your shield up. If you can put Viscous Shield in, then that's, yeah, crazy damage on the Paragons. Right, that's that one. Hey, Renee, how's it going, dude? I probably want to put this in Dexterity. Gonna need the damage, although max life is nice. I'm at 35,000 life. That's not too bad. Not too bad. How much if I don't have the GA in there? 33. Okay. 5,000. Got 2,349 near Thyron. I need a million Obgisite. I'm like literally never running out of any of that stuff. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. That's crazy. Okay, these are rolled. It's not necessarily perfect. So yeah, if I had max life on there, my max life would be up at like 36, 37,000, which wouldn't be too bad. Okay, this is looking okay. I think the build is largely there. Is there anything I've forgotten? Let me check all my tempers, make sure I actually did them all. Yeah. We've done the talisman, we've done the runes. Alright. Well, it's going to need to be that way around. Let's just go see if we can do anything. Let's, I don't know, let's just start with like a super simple one. Like 50 or something. Just make sure the build actually functions. It's not about how much damage and such I can do. It's more like, have I actually built it correctly? What's my crit chance at? 43.2. I get 50 from this. Get another one. So I'll be at like 93, 94%. And I get 5 from home. That's 99. Okay, so I'm pretty close in combat. Yeah, I'm like 1% off. And if I had a bit more strength, for example, you'd get there. Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about defenses, but anyway, use the ultimate. I guess I've got to get used to playing the build again. Got to hold down. Yeah, you hold down thrash to reset your thing. That gives you a bit of mobility. I'm probably just sat at 200 movement speed on, like 212 movement speed. Where's the actual 12 coming from? Yeah, where is the extra 12 movement speed coming from? It feels okay because you've got the lock on with the thrash. I'm not even using my main damage skill. I'm killing stuff with this. All right, let's go do 100. Oh dear. Yeah, where's the extra movement speed coming from there? I've got 12 in cap 2. Where's that coming from? Oh, yeah. I am picking up Storm Feathers, so I will get that. I will get at least some bonus from Storm Feathers, up to 20%. That makes sense. Yeah, okay. So a speed variant, you could put Jagged Plume on here, but you wouldn't get any damage from that, so it's probably not worth it. Since you've got the lock on with the Thrash, that's why I put that in there. Yeah, not too bad, Rene. Not too bad. Just slapping a new build together. I was quite happy with the PCR patch notes for Spiritborn. Yeah, I'm quite happy with those. They've worked out okay. Okay, yeah, you have to wait for your... I have used Plains Power in this because it's just a lot of damage. Let's try and remember to actually use my ultimate in this one. I haven't got the best gear on, but I think once we get going, I should be able to do a 120 on this build, I think. I mean, you're just jumping up and down like a yo-yo. I'm not sure if I'll get blown up by that stuff if I'm in the air. Not really tested. I was so tanky last season, I didn't have to worry about them. We'll actually be quite tanky next season. I think Spiritborn, we're going to be able to build... We're going to be able to build a really nice amount of DR again. So that's kind of nice. You got like an incredible amount of pulling on this build because every time I jump up in the air, it casts Vortex as well. Every single time. So I'm just constantly pulling enemies in. So I think for general farming, it's actually not going to be too bad, this build. I'm not going to do a lot of pushing on it. I'm just testing out where my gear is right now. Yeah, it feels tanky enough for T12, that's the main thing. I'm not getting blown up by everything. My barrier gen's pretty good, actually. It's better than I thought it would be, considering I'm only using... it's only... I guess it's because I'm constantly pulling enemies in. Literally, I'm constantly pulling them in and knocking them down with Vortex, so unless they're unstoppable, they don't really get a chance to attack me. So I can just sit there and generate my barrier with Gorilla. So the Gorilla primary barrier gen's actually enough for this build. I mean, there might be a world where you don't necessarily need that. I can just swap to Eagle primary and use Gorilla secondary. We'll have to see how squishy we are for farming. That'll just allow me to run faster. Maybe I don't need it, though. I mean, there is a world where you can actually make your impact area bigger as well. I can try that. I just don't know if I'll have enough cooldown to make that work well. You want to be able to constantly jump up and down in the air. Let me try it. I think I might have tried it before. Hey, Estoc Warrior, how's it going? Wait, does the Vortex proc with Soar? Yes. No, it's from the Scorn of the Earth boots. I can show you here, sorry. Yeah, here. They moved it to here. It used to be an aspect, but they moved it here. Your evade is now Soar. Soar, it does not work with evade cooldown reduction, though. That's either a bug or intentional. I've reported it. Hasn't been fixed, though. Soar deals a load of damage and triggers Vortex as it's landing at its landing location. So I mean, you could also do this with the lightning version. Next season, this might be quite good. The Eye of the Storm, where it generates 3 Spirit Storms on every location. You can do a similar setup to what I'm doing, but full lightning, and then just like zoom across the screen, essentially. But I'm just doing the Jaguar one here for funsies, as you do. Yeah, you've got this here where it reduces the Soar cooldown by 3 seconds. If I take that out, it now gets to... it only goes to 5.63. Maybe we can get away with this. 50% larger impact area. Yeah, you got a 75x damage boost on Soar there as well. Yeah. If I could get away with not needing the Eagle Storm Feather stuff here and get another damage aspect there and another damage aspects on the Coolian there, this build would probably get a slightly higher spec. But yeah, we'll try this. I want to see how much bigger it is. Evade is Soar. Yeah, Bezasho, yeah. You're running a hardcore Spiritborn. You're looking for a fun build ideas. Yeah, I mean, I've got a lot of builds you could try. I mean, Swarm is by far the strongest build, like, massively. How much bigger is the impact? Does the impact area actually get bigger? I don't know. I'm not necessarily going to... Can I still spam this permanently? Sort of. Okay. I've got to remember to use my centipede, otherwise I run like... I literally run like I'm a wet sponge rolling across the floor. A snail. Yeah, this is not a meta build by any means. I'm probably the only person that's put a build together for this. But it is quite a fun build. It's quite a technical build, though, how to actually get it to work. I spent a long time last season trying to figure out how to make it work. I managed to get it so it actually plays... It feels pretty good to play. It's actually not terrible. Like I say, you pretty much just constantly pull in enemies and knock them down. But it's quite a technical build. It's like how I've put it together. Yeah. It's not as straightforward as like the Rod of Kepaleka build, for example, where a lot of the mechanics you have to get used to the fact that you straight up swap a ring and your ring for your boots. Like your boots is now an offensive item slot. Just forget it's a pair of boots and treat it like it's a ring. And treat your ring like it's your pair of boots. That's one thing that really throws people off on builds like this. They've deliberately made it so your boots is like a giga damage aspects, but you have to swap what you would normally put a pretty decent damage aspects on and swap that to be a utility. But yeah, I mean, this is playing pretty well, actually. It's feeling pretty good. Pretty chill. I'm not worried about anything killing me. Well, I haven't yet, anyway. Well, I'll see what it's like on the boss. I think this is pretty good on the bosses, actually. If I remember rightly, this build was as good on bosses as it is on not bosses. It doesn't matter. Your damage is the same regardless. So yeah. Hey, Estoke, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Let's go through here. You use Vortex skill as a rune on your Barbarian. Vortex is a really good rune. Yeah, really, really good rune. It's a really good skill. It's just particularly good on this build because every time you see me jump up in the sky and down, it casts Vortex. No cooldown, no internal cooldown, nothing. You're literally limited by how fast you can physically cast your evade, which I think is capped at 1.5 seconds or something. So you can basically cast your Vortex that fast. That means nothing ever attacks me because they're always on the floor. Just where I like them. On the floor, crying like the babies they are. Get on the floor, maggots. So I just don't really take much damage. If I die, maybe it's because of the on-death explosions. I guess we'll see. There needs to be some way of farming volatile primordial dust. Is that the one where you reset the unique abilities? Because if so, there is a way to farm it. It's not fast, but you can. I probably don't want to stand in all those. I don't think that'll end well. Yeah, so look, the bossing on this build's as good as non-bossing. I'm not even in my plane circle right now. Once I'm in my plane's power circle, it will do a lot more than that. I'm not even in my plane's power circle and I nuke that guy. Yeah, the damage on the bosses on this game. I mean, some of my gear's a bit makeshift. Yeah. I mean, I didn't feel like I actually needed that. Maybe I can get away with the impact size there. That's pretty nice. Don't need Vigor Gen. Don't care about this. We don't care about Axe. We're not resetting it anyway. Well, you're doing that just so you can unleash that over and over again and get the velocity gen. Obviously, you got concussive stomp in there. Oh yeah, that's a good point actually. Concussive stomp on this is activated through the Sem rune. So every 3 times I evade, which is every 3 times I go up and down in the air, I activate my Zik rune. So that one's just activated all the time. Because I'm spamming, I'm literally just holding down Thrash and attacking things in between. That gives me a pretty good chance at extra cooldown reduction here. You've got the cooldown reduction on the Ravager. This is just for movement speed, the centipede more than anything, but it also makes them more vulnerable all the time. That just solves movement speed for me near enough. I actually want a couple more ranks in this, but I don't have enough points, I don't think. I need a couple more ranks in my talisman. And then this would get me to the... I'm not actually capped on movement speed because I haven't got all the ranks on my talisman. In fact, there's quite a few there that haven't got GAs on them. Let me go back to town. I might actually have some better ones in my stash. Some of my glyphs are... Oh, wow. One of my glyphs is like level 50. Okay, we'll level that up. In an ideal world, if I had GG rings, like if I had GA crit chance here and GA crit chance here, I could either swap this into GA crit damage, but what would probably be better is swapping this glyph, Hone, maybe into something else. Like, what else could we put in there? You'd want the full damage. I mean, Headhunter's not a terrible option. We're not got enough stacks of Resolve to really make use of Colossal. But then again, I've got... How many stacks of Resolve I got? I've got 5, 7, 15. Okay, Colossal would still be a good option. It would still give me 30x in the middle. So this would, yeah... You'd be better off putting this in, getting all of the gorilla, getting all the bonus damage from Colossal here when you stack those up. And you probably just leave your GA and crit chance here. Even though GA crit damage multiplier is really nice here, the extra 1.3 multiplier would be better. Getting to 100% crit chance in this build is not straightforward. Reapers is better than the one where you get 60x from evade, because this actually gives you some damage as well. As long as they're poisoned, which they will be all the time because of Scourge and because of your Centipede ultimate. So, again, a 1.3 multiplier here. So, yeah, it might be better to have the GA and crit there. I don't think you can get to 100 crit. I'm at 99 currently in combat. I would be at 99. I'd be at 99 with Hone active, yeah. So I would need GA crit here, GA crit there. You get to 9% on both of those, I think. So that's what? Another 2.7, another 2.7, 5.4. And then if I had a slight bit more strength and it doubles up, then that would push me to the point where I could save 5%. So you'd probably change Hone for Colossal. So you'd be able to get more damage out of the build there, for sure. Yeah. That is one reason to run Gorilla Eagle here, because you get 5% from this down here. Yeah. You got through Torment 10 pretty easily. Okay, I tried Jaguar Saw build, but unfortunately I died like an hour right after I hit level 70 because of some poor decisions. Went Archer and Dariel. Were you following a build for Jaguar Saw, Stoke? Because if you weren't, like I say, I do have a build for it, although I'm going to update it slightly after today's stream. I've got a few optimizations made from what I've just played. But that's literally what I'm playing now. Yeah, obviously I've got some pretty good stuff here, so... I'm probably the only person that actually has a build publicly out for this build, I reckon. Total homebrew. Okay, well, nice. How did you build it out of interest? It's not the easiest build to put together because there's a few things that are a bit backwards, like how you get 100% crit chance. Getting used to the fact that your boots becomes one of your, if not your Giga, like it's one of your Giga damage aspects. And then you're using Storm Feather techs. Because you're constantly casting Vortex for free, you're not even casting it. That means you're casting a focus skill every time you use Soar. And because of that, recalling feathers, where it generates feathers when you cast a focus skill if there's none around you, or it recalls them all if they are near you. That means, for free, just soaring up and down, you're generating feathers and dragging them in. Which means that you're... that means you can then put on empowered feathers to get extra cooldown reduction here. So that's another form of reducing your cooldowns. And then that with Thrash as well. Those combined and stacking cooldown everywhere and having Ravage active is enough so you can permanently go up and down like a yo-yo, pretty much. Yeah. Your runes were ass. A lot of crit damage stacking, Beg Barrier. Okay. Okay, well, you weren't on the wrong track. I say it's not the most... SSD, thank you so much. I didn't even look at them. Oh, yeah. Jaguar, probably not. Focus, probably not. For this build. It needs to be Gorilla or Eagle, really. Or Centipede at an absolute. Oh, no, maybe I'm okay. No, maybe I can use Jaguar because I'm using the multitude set. Maybe it would work. What are these like? Let me have a look to see what I've got in my inventory before I appreciate these. Let me see what I've got in... I mean, focus skills obviously works on Soar, but I kind of want to get the generic one so I can get the extra couple of ranks in Devourer. Let me see. I have got a bunch in here I've just been storing up. Let me see what I've got. Focus, shadow. I probably don't have anything better, but you know. What's this one here? Yeah. Yeah, I've got a rest. Yeah, it's not as good. I mean, that probably is better, actually, because that's got the... I don't care about impairment reduction. I'm unstoppable on this build permanently anyway, near enough. Oops. Yeah, okay. Let me look at these again. These are the same one. I would lose some poison res, but theoretically, yeah. Eagle or Gorilla would be ideal. I can have any of them in theory because I will technically get all 4 tags by spamming Thrash and Soar. They will get all the 4 tags. Like Thrash here will get all the 4 tags, and as I spam that, you'll end up getting all the others. And then it'll cause all my other skills to have them because all the ultimates will get active, and the multitude set gives every one of your skills all 4 tags. So theoretically, it will work. Oh yeah, that's nice. I lose a bit of resistances, but that's probably okay. Yeah, I can use that. That's nice. Thank you. That's one. Keep hold of this. Getting traded by androids. Look at all these guys. They're like, look at my charms. That's got fire res. Okay. That pretty much replaces the one SSD just gave me. Only just. It's because the impairment reduction is not so useful, but fire res is. Okay, I've got one of the ranks. That's fine. Okay, yeah, so I've got one. That pushes me up 3% movement speed. I need 2 more ranks, and then I'm guaranteed to get my maximum movement speed from Devourer. 2 more. That's all I need. Just 2 more. 2 more ranks. Oh, that's one. That's nice. Yeah, that's one. Holy, where'd you get? What the hell? Holy, this guy's got some giga charms. Android's my sugar daddy. Me love Android long time. Me love SSD long time. Where does this one go? Well, there we go. Oh, 99! No! I need one more. I can't believe it. Oh, it bent me over. Oh, well. I'm 1% off. I obviously need to get to 38 ranks. Oh, no. This should be... Eagle, Gorilla, Eagle... Oh, no. Yeah, I need one more. Rip. Gorilla, Eagle, Centipede. Yeah, I need one more. Rip. Oh, well. This is fine. I mean, it just gives me extra movement speed. Andro, if you gave me... You're not going to play your Spiritborn until next season. Are you sure? I don't want to take stuff you might actually end up using yourself. Chronic, how's it going, dude? Obviously, a lot of Ravager and other cooldown. Yeah, you need lots of cooldown on this, yeah. Do you know what, Estioke? It's actually really nice to hear that someone else has tried to play it and build it. Song selection is top tier, Chronic. I just slapped on a rock playlist. It's got a mixture of light and heavy rock, I think, today. When did they add the pit bubble back? I believe that came back in the patch on Tuesday. Yeah, Estioke. So I do all the meta stuff, but I do play around with a lot of off-meta stuff as well. I have enjoyment with just... I put together all my own builds. I do all the builds for Mobilytics these days. That's where I find my enjoyment, like tinkering around with builds and working out crazy stuff, you know, that you wouldn't necessarily have... yeah, it's quite cool when you can just say, like, I've put this build together, no one else has really done that, or not many people anyway. And it doesn't matter to me, once I've got the meta builds up and running, it doesn't matter to me if this is the best build in the world or not. As long as I can do... If I can go farm general content with this, that's all I want to do with this build. I am going to now go and try and push this maybe up to, like... We'll try a 110. I'll just see how high I can go before it becomes unreasonable. And then I'll go see what T12 does. I probably could have tried to gamble some of these things. Where's my resistances at? Wow! Holy! My resistances are well high! How have I got so much resistances? What? They're all 5,500 or higher. How? I suppose I have got all res there, all res there. I'm not actually sure. They are very high, though. No wonder I'm so tanky. My armor goes up because of toxic skin. My life's just a bit low. If I had maximum life on these boots as well, then that'd be really nice. The GA resistance chart. Oh, that's true. I have got... Oh, that is true. Yeah, okay. I have... Oh, yeah, there we go. Look, it's because of this. So I've got loads of resistances. I've got physical there. Lightning, fire. That's the only one I haven't got resistances on. I guess that's true. I haven't even got a damage mod in the middle of this. Yeah. Lightning and fire are the two you really want high. My resistances are really nice here. This is really good. That's probably the best I've had on any builds. Balance-wise. Yeah. All right, let's try 110. Watch me get blown up by the first fire thing now. There is build variety, but most people don't think there is, because the thing is, people always compare, like, builds to... If there's a build that's doing, like, up to pit 140 plus, and then these builds do, I don't know, maybe 120 plus, people are just like, well, that's not worth playing, because 20 pit levels at this stage. Like, once you're above, like, pit 100, it's 32% more life. 32% more damage required than the previous pit tier. So 20 pit tiers is, like, literally, like, 100 times damage requirement or something. It's ridiculous. Like, so much more damage required. Now, a GG setup with my build right now, full glass cannon, transfigured and everything, you would probably get this build to 125 to 130, that sort of range. But, you know, that's like hyper investment, I reckon. I've optimized it reasonably well. I mean, maybe there's some extra optimizations you could make, but it's, you know, it's not bad. But then Swarm, you literally can slap on like makeshift gear and you'll do 130 plus. That's the point, right? So a lot of people just don't see the point. And I understand why. I quite like tinkering around with things. I'm going to put on a better looking staff than this because that's making me super sad. And since it's a polearm, I can put some really sick weapons on. So I am going to do that. I've got quite a few of those. And I've paid all of the money for them. So which one should I put on today? I've got some really cool polearms actually. I'll put that one on. That looks sick. I don't know if I can make this red and actually still look good. Oh, that doesn't look too bad, actually. That looks pretty cool. I kind of want to just... It's a bit too red for me, that one. Let's do that. It looks alright. Oops. Okay. You have to wait for supremacy. So I was kind of hoping that they would do what I asked, which I recommended, which was to nerf supremacy and move that damage into the Paragon board, so every build still gains like a relative amount of damage, but supremacy just doesn't completely and utterly dominate. But yeah, supremacy is still going to be like used on basically every build next season. Yeah, there we go. That extra movement speed makes a difference. Going from 200 to 220 movement speed makes a big difference. Well, I think I'm at 219. And I was at 212. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it is. Yeah, there we go. Once supremacy's up, we just start getting. So we should be able to do this, I think. I'll probably be able to grind out a 120 with my current gear and such, I reckon. It's all like mostly 1 GA. I've got a couple of better items and that, but not much. It's funny that actually 33k life is enough on this build. It's actually quite tanky, this build. But I say it's mainly just because you're knocking all the enemies down all the time. Be interested to see how this does on lair bosses. That might be interesting. I do like the fact that I can just drag everything towards me. It's like everything is just constantly on me. I think I just ate that fire explosion. It did nothing to me, which is great. Good. Oh, there's a goblin here. Once the goblin's not unstoppable anymore, he'll just be permanently pulled in towards me. Yeah, that feather tech's really, really goated on this, though. Because you're just constantly casting focus skills. It allows you to just spam it over and over again. As you can see, I'm just pretty much going up and down like a yo-yo. Anyone bar players? I need someone to compare 2 items. What 2 items do you need to compare? You can see me pulling all the enemies in. I'm not going to move. You go up and down like a yo-yo on this build. You're not going to move towards them. You're just going to pull them towards you. So, yeah. I haven't actually got my crit damage numbers on right now, so we can't see what damage numbers I'm doing. I better put that on in a second. How much damage does the Executioner's Sword do to me? Nothing, apparently. Oh, good. Can eat that. Yeah, because I'm using the Multitude set, my resistances go up. So my resistances are all up at like, over nearly 10,000, most of them. You get physical, lightning, poison, and fire. You're going to get another 70% off because of the multitude sets. So they're all going to be like giga high. That's one of the reasons I'm so tanky. Because they're already quite high anyway, and then that set on top of it just makes it so your resistances go bonkers. Yeah, look, 10,000, nearly 10,000, 9,500 physical, 13,000 fire, 11,000 lightning, 8,000 poison. The other two stay the same, but that's okay. Where's he gone? There it is. Yeah, it's not really a pit pushing build. I'm pretty sure I got a 120 down on this last season, so it would be doable this season as well if I had I had pretty good gear last season if I remember rightly. Like better than what I've got right now. I had a lot more like the right GAs and like crit chance and stuff, so I was able to change the glyph off and everything. I don't know if the increased impact size really makes a difference on this. I'm probably better off just putting the cooldown back in like I did, to make sure you can definitely just spam it over and over again. I mean, this skill has got some mega... it's got some mega damage aspects on it. But to make it work... Like I say, if they made it so if a cooldown reduction works, so you didn't have to like spam cooldown reduction literally everywhere, you could probably take the feather tech off and then you'd be able to get more damage in the build. But I think if you do that, you won't be able to spam it so much. I mean, I can kind of try it in a minute, I guess. I can try changing to a damage aspect, see how it works. I don't think it works properly without the feathers. If I remember rightly, I think I tried that last season. You take the feather stuff off and it just breaks the build. Yeah, so boss damage is reasonable. Especially since the Zik rune gives me 5x damage on it all the time. And look, you actually melt the boss pretty quickly on this. It's pretty good for bossing this build. It doesn't have any like drop off where it is much better at clearance than bossing. Let's... Oh, I don't have that thing. Fine. Okay, let's have up some of these glyphs. Some of my glyphs are pretty low here. Hey, Connor, how's it going? Would you like a couple of Heraldric Emeralds? I mean, if you've got them spare, sure, why not? Yeah, I just haven't finished farming mine up. Never got to that point. How you doing anyway, Connor? You good? Yeah, I'm not 100% convinced that that size was really making any difference there. It says the impact area is 50% larger, but... If we're going to try to cool down back the feathers, I'll put that back on. It may only reduce this by 1.13 seconds, but that's quite a lot in the grand scheme of things when you're trying to spam it. Oh, I'm being traded by someone else here. Am I get? Oh, is he beating me? He's beat. Oh no. That's not bad. These are ultimate skills. Gorilla skill, resistance. That's crit chance. I probably won't take any of those because I really don't have the space, and none of those are going to be better. Sadly, SSD. Thanks, though. I've got a 20x damage on the top, and all those Bliss of the Multitudes, they're scaling ultimate damage, or they don't have the damage multi on the top, so they're not as good. I don't want it. I really don't have the space. I'll probably end up salvaging them. I'd rather not do that. You might as well salvage them yourself if you don't want them. You took rank 1 Spiritborn for 1 minute, then lost it. Oh, no. That's pretty good, though. You do it at 145. Damn, nice. That's a good point, actually. Where are we up to? I haven't looked at the leaderboards much recently. Connor's joining. Okay, 145. Okay. You're trying to get to 145. What's your name? Oh, you're here. Oh, yeah. Damn, you're number 5. GG's. Very nice. Yeah, no, I appreciate it, though, SSD. Thanks. I mean, it's only a little bit more, isn't it? But what? Oh, no, I've got a couple of those. I mean, I can take them. Thank you. I'll sit those on my chest for now. Yeah, it's the flawless ones I'm saving up for. But obviously, they're like mega expensive to make. But yeah, it pushes me a bit towards it, I guess. We do run hella slow in town. Holy.
Stones to cut.
I don't know if I like that color, actually. It looks a bit weird, doesn't it?
Bring me a challenge next time.
I did quite like the color I had before. Was that just a bog standard color? Oh, balls, what have I done there? No, it was one of these, wasn't it? Which one was it? Was it this one? Yeah, it's just blue, not red. I kind of wish I was able to do this color scheme, but with red. That'd look sick. Yeah, I quite like that. These are all a bit too much otherwise. I suppose I could put... I like this skin because it makes me look like an actual monk. But I do have a lot of very cool skins I could put on that would probably suit this build much better. Let me... Alright, for a fire build, for example. That's probably better. That's probably better, isn't it? Oh, there's so many skins. There we go. We'll go full demon. Why not? Now I look like the devil. Good times. You just hit Paragon 200, Bino. Nice. GG's. Oh. Yeah, so I can demonstrate here. If I take off the feather cooldown stuff, I think it breaks the build, if I remember rightly. But you can put an aspects in as a result otherwise. So, what could you put in here? That doesn't really work for us here. We haven't got 100% block on this. It's probably not worth putting redirected force on. Yeah, actually, there's not that many options to choose from. Not really. That's why we ended up going with Ferocious and the Plains Power stuff.
Goodbye.
Just gonna have a quick look. I don't know if I've got many unique rings lying around. That's lightning, so I won't work for the fire build. Yeah. I mean, it's obviously like 60x ones. I was just trying to see if there's anything better.
Mainlander, what do you seek?
Alright, well, I guess we just put in... Just put in conceited for now, it's fine. It's just to prove a point, really. I'm pretty sure you can't spam it over and over about those two aspects in. That's something I found before. We'll just try 100 here. Just to prove a point. Even with the Thrash cooldown stuff. But if you can, then I guess that's 2 damage things you can put in. But yeah, I'm pretty sure you can't get to the point where you can... Yeah, that's I can't constant evade. The feather text I must have. I can do it reasonably quick. That's better. I was wondering. But yeah, you do end up in a situation where you can't just jump up, down, jump up, down, jump up, down. You can do it reasonably quick, though. Let's go try a... Oh, let's just try and see. I don't even know if I can do a 120 with this level of gear. But it'll be a benchmark to test out what it feels like. I mean, I am able to jump up and down pretty often, actually. Maybe you can get away without this stuff. You wouldn't run as fast, but that means I can put an aspect on my amulet as well. A damage aspect on my amulet. How much block chance am I rocking? 63%. Yeah, if I was at 100, you could put redirected force on, but... I don't want to run the Coolian Transfigure unless I actually think that's a worthwhile thing. Okay, for pushing, you probably could take off the feather stuff. It's probably possible. It's certainly going to be more comfortable with the feather stuff, though, because you're going to be able to run around quicker after picking up the feathers and everything. But yeah, in terms of just raw damage, you probably could get away with it once you've got enough cooldown like I have right now. And even then, I'm not literally perma-spamming it. Slow, isn't it? Let me try putting that aspect back on and see how it feels. My damage will go down, but then I'll be able to literally spam it. You have so many mats and I don't know what to do. Do I have a build link? Type in !build. It's a very off-meta build, so bear that in mind. It's pretty fun though. Yeah, let's try that. Let's try with the impact area again. Actually, no, let's try with a cooldown. I mean, this will probably just feel like a wet noodle, but I'll definitely be able to spam it better. Because I'm using Send Speed, Supremacy does take a while to stack up as well, sadly. Yeah, you can see I'm literally going up and down on demand. There is no real wait for it. Yeah, Supremacy is only at 10 stacks, so it takes a while to get that up. One of the woes of playing Centipede. If I can complete a 120 on this, I'll be happy. I'm probably not going to try and push any higher than that. So my gear's definitely not in a place where I should just try and push as high as I can. I still haven't put my crit numbers on, have I? What a noob. Oh, we have to 20 stacks of Supremacy. Okay, so my damage will start ramping now. I'm at 25 stacks. Here we go. Just start to notice I'll kill things a bit quicker. Old thief. Oh. Rude. Debilitating storm fails. I'm hitting 33.3 billion normal hits there, so my crits will definitely be bigger than that. So I'm hitting in some big billions, but yeah, obviously the top bills are hitting like mega trillions, aren't they? So This is a pretty nasty pack for me because it's debilitating storms and I'm not staying unstoppable quite long enough to just completely avoid it. So they can really screw me over. I don't know if it's worth actually sitting on top of these. Probably not. They just seem to be crazy tanky and they keep debilitating storming me, so I'm just going to leave those. Yeah, my pushing variant does take off some of the utility quality of life I've put on. Wow, that debilitating storm is 156 billion normal hit, and that's not even my crits. I really should turn the crit numbers on. It's risky as hell. I'm probably going to die in the background. Crit. There we go. Okay, well, I didn't die. That's lucky. Oh, I've lost all my stacks of supremacy, though. Wonderful. Okay. Just intrigued to see how high the numbers are actually going, because the thing is, pit 120, you basically need to be hitting in trillions to do anything, really. 480 billion. So I think I am getting to trillions on this, but obviously, yeah, I must be, because I'm only at 10 stacks of supremacy. Once I get that back up again, you'll be into the trillions for sure, but it's only low trillions. I think when I was on Crushing Ham, when I was hitting up to near double digit trillions pretty often, I was clearing 125s. Yeah, so 14 stacks of supremacy. Yeah, it's a real pain stacking supremacy with Centipede. Going into my menu was not necessarily the smartest move, but there we go. Oh. I might as well finish this guy now. I'm on top of him, aren't I? Is he dead? Yeah, 1.2 trillion. Okay, so we do hit for at least a trillion on this. And my gear is not perfect. So you'll probably get this build, like especially if you do transfigurations. Oh wow, something there's hurting me. Holy. What the hell's hitting me so hard? I think it's lightning. Yeah, I think if you had like GG gear transfigurations, you probably could get close to like 10 trillion, like double digit trillions, just about. So that would get you to pit 125. That lightning is hurting. Holy. Yeah, that's not nice. Having extra max life on my boots would have made me slightly tankier as well. It's gonna be a grind. I think I can do this though if I don't get any horrible. Oh well, it depends on the enemies, I guess. I may as well finish this guy now. He's nearly dead, isn't he? There we go. I don't know if the orb thieves are really worth it. Can I kill them fast? After this, I'm going to go test some lair bosses and stuff on it. See what they're like. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's... Oh, I should use that. I'm not sure if it's worth trying to chase this guy down. If I can keep him constantly knocked down and pulled in, then we'll be good, but I don't think I will be able to. Very easily. He's in a corner. You're pinned in a corner, Goblin. Good job. I was hoping my... Oh my gosh. Oh, the Heart of the Oak thing's dropped on the floor. You're kidding me. I've got to go back and find it. I'm definitely not clearing this in time otherwise. I really despise that this drops on the floor without any warning and doesn't tell you. Yeah, it's just very annoying. I really wish it didn't do that. And they haven't changed it, so they clearly think it's fine. Even though multiple of us have complained about it. You want that because you want all the progress bobbles. They make a big difference in the pits. Real big difference. I'll read that in a sec, Connor. He's doing that. I hit for 2.4 trillion there. 2.6 trillion. Ooh. So yeah, I mean, that was obviously higher numbers compared to what I'm hitting normally. So they're big numbers, but yeah, I reckon you can get this up to 10 trillion if you get all the gear together and stuff. I mean, it's not that impressive compared to some, you know, you go play something like Swarm and you can get to quadrillions. It's like, it literally is 100 to 1,000 times stronger. It's completely whack. Yeah. Or more. It's completely over the top, imbalanced right now, but it is what it is, I guess. I've committed to these now, so I've got to take them out, really. The boss should be okay, though, as long as I don't get that horrible cold boss with the cold beams. That'll be the one and only boss that will probably be really terrible, because I have to be close on this build. And yeah, it'll be pretty much nigh on impossible to avoid those beams. So that probably wouldn't be good. Dead. Okay, we got that. Let's go. Let's get loads of trash, because then hopefully they'll drop me some progress bubbles. Progress orbs. This is pointing towards it should be possible. It was. I had a terrible start on this bit. Probably cost me like 2 or 3 minutes. Let's put that down. Here's a lifelink. How does this deal with lifelinks? Is the damage just awful on them? I wonder. Yeah, I'm not sure it's hitting. I think it's doing the same thing it used to do, where it only hits like one out. It hits all 3 of them, but it only counts like you're hitting one of them. So it feels like you're just hitting them like a wet noodle. So just completely skip those. Some builds do that, which is not ideal. That's a pretty nasty enemy there as well, the fire. I probably don't want that on me when I end up on the boss, and at the moment that's looking like that's what's going to happen. Yeah, that's not... Oh my gosh, I can't see what's going on. Oh no, my heart, the stone's in the middle of them. Oh, rip. This drops on the floor. I am literally stuck. Why can't I move? Yes, I got it. Right, I'm just going to skip these guys because I can't see what on earth's going on inside there at all. Oh god, he's following me. Go away. I don't want to fight you. Wasting time. I don't want to fight that fire guy. I do not want that fire elite on me. I think he's following me still. Are you kidding me? Go away. Leave me alone. It's wasting time. I don't want that fire guy on me on the boss. That's just... It's going to cause me all sorts of problems. Oh, let's come around here. He's literally just followed me halfway through the dungeon. Alright, let's try again. I've probably just about got enough time. Another lifelink. Are you having a laugh? Like, seriously. I have to skip them. I literally can't kill them on this build because they're broken. They still haven't fixed them, even though we reported exactly what the problem is about 3 seasons ago, or whenever they first came in. Let's come around here. What's that? He's got shielded. That's terrible. I don't even need much more here. Like one set of progress orbs would do it. Well, for better or worse, I have spawned the boss with all of these crazy affixes on me, so it's probably not going to end well. But yeah, I can definitely kill the boss in time. It's just whether I get collapsed in the meantime. We'll see. I got 2 minutes left. I had to waste like 2 minutes trying to get out of that other area with those crazy elites on me. It's not a fast kill. Given I'm running 3 utility aspects on this setup. Was it 3? 2 maybe. I'm running at least two defensive aspects and 2 utility aspects. So I get a 120 down with it. It's not bad. I never did figure out how to get all of those off without kind of killing the build a bit though. Yeah, I think they need to fix the evade cooldown reduction so that you can actually do that. And if they did that, then yeah, you'd be able to get some of the damage aspects on and it'll push a bit higher. I'm not sure I'm going to do this in time now. I think I wasted too much time trying to avoid that fire enchanted. Which is annoying. I literally wasted 2 minutes. That would have been more than enough time to get this boss down. Oh, why am I at 6 stacks of supremacy? I've had my ultimate up the whole time. That's why I'm doing no damage. Okay, well that's why. I've lost so much damage from some reason my supremacy is not stacked. Yeah, I really don't like the supremacy gameplay. I really want them to nerf the aspects so we don't have to feel like we have to use it all the time. I'm not the only one that said it as well. I've seen lots of people who are in the same boat. It's just, if for some builds, you feel like you have to use it, but for some builds it's just horrible to use. So that's actually killed my run completely. Yeah, I'm not even at half stacks of supremacy right now. It takes forever to stack up in this situation. If it was 15 cap, that'd be much better. Yeah, I would have done this if it wasn't. I don't know why that was down so low. That's really weird. I have my ultimate up like all the time. I don't know why that's really annoying. That I would have completed this in time otherwise. Never mind. Oh well, rip. I'm only just short, but I definitely haven't got enough time now. I probably needed another 20 seconds or having my supremacy up at 30 would have made a big difference. I would have just churned away him a bit quicker so that you can see his HP is actually moving now. Never mind. Yeah, 120 would be doable. I would have needed a better run than that, but it would be doable with my current gear, which is not perfect by any stretch of imagination. So it's not too bad. I'm not going to do another one because I don't really need to. Where? Oh yeah, you don't get an ultra because I think it's completed in time, did I? Yeah, I just don't like the supremacy gameplay. If you have to use Centipede Ultimate, it's not a good gameplay with it. Because you can only cast it once every 15 seconds, so you have to take ages to stack it up. Apparently they fixed the PoE2 graphics bug in one of the latest patches. What, the one that was holding up the game all the time, Ozzy? I believe transfigurations probably shouldn't go above 1 either. That, yeah. Being able to get multiple transfigs is kind of toxic as hell. Alright, nice. Yeah, that'll be good when I get around to playing that again. Silk, how's it going? Is your Swarmborn build on Mobilytics able to clear Putt 150? I mean, it's not much different to everything that's at top, right? But the builds that are doing 150, they're abusing bugs. Like, beyond the Zik Rune damage bug, they're abusing other bugs as well. So yeah, to do a 150, you either need to abuse the hell out of those bugs, or you're going to have ridiculous gear. So you're not just going to achieve it without transfigurations. You are going to need like giga transfigs and stuff because the amount of damage you're required to do. But yeah, the ones that are easily doing it, the same as like Druid and Barb and that, they're abusing a head out of bug, and it's now the bug is now out of the basket, as you could say, and people know what it is. It's been reported. People know exactly how they're doing it now. It was something that a lot of people didn't know how to figure out before. You just did 3 rings and got 6 for 1 item quality. Beautiful. What do you mean you got 6 for... Oh, you mean they were all item quality. Nice. I don't transfigure all that much. For better or worse. Yeah, I don't really want to roll it off. It might take me a while to get back in again. I mean, that's 60. That's 60. Wild Claws is 80, but you have to stack it up. It's kind of annoying to do. I mean, technically, even at 63% block chance, I guess I've only got that one as active, though, so it's not 100% guarantee, is it? I mean, that's 75%. And technically, that might actually work on this build. Let's just remove this down to our 115. I'm just gonna try. I'm just trying this out for testing without the cooldown feather tech stuff. Again, it's only a 115, not 120, but it'll be pretty obvious if I'm doing this a lot better or not. Where's the damage count for standing still? 100 there, okay. Yeah, theoretically, I think I stand still when I'm evading up and down, up and down, up and down. I can see from the damage numbers as well. I think even my dash from my thrash doesn't count as me moving. For that aspect, anyway. Actually, my thrash is doing some okay damage on these, even here, and I'm not even particularly scaling thrash. Thrash is probably going to be quite good next season. I'm pretty confident that's going to be quite good. Yeah, I'm finding I'm able to evade pretty regularly here. Maybe you don't need the feather stuff. Once you get going, anyway. I'm not able to spam it. I can see there's a delay in it. Yeah. But inner calm stacks pretty fast, so once you've decided where you are, you just stand still. That's a 75x, it's quite nice. Use that to move, and then it doesn't reduce the count either. Yeah, Supremacy is annoying on this build. It's costing me a lot of damage, I think. But it's too good not to use, that's the thing, it's just so strong. What I wanted them to do is to reduce it so it overcaps to 15 and then move all the damage out into the Paragon board so every build still gets the damage. It's just not a mandatory to wear Supremacy thing for like builds like this that really wouldn't use it if it wasn't so ridiculous. it's obviously a 150, so I'm doing this a lot more trivially than that previous 120. I might try 120 again, not to do the whole thing, but just see how it feels. I just want to be able to update the guide so I know. So I need an idea. I mean, if this is actually working better, then you definitely don't need the feathers stuff on the amulet as well. You can just put apprehension there, which is what I've done anyway. And then we can keep the defensive aspects on the pants. Or you could even put exploiters on for extra damage for pushing. Oh, I shredded that guy. Holy. Thrash Rizoka's beat strike. Rizoka's no. Rizoka's is also still not going to be good in Season 15, sadly. It does a lot of maximum damage. The problem is you end up with almost a 50% downtime with almost every skill you use it on. So you might as well halve that number. I'd rather have half the damage 100% of the time, rather than 200%. Yeah, rather than 100% of damage 50% of the time. I sort of did like a sort of like casual countdown when I used it last, and it was a big downtime, especially on bosses. A9, how's it going? Is Swarm going to be the best build in the game next season? No, I don't think so. I think it will still be very good, but I think there will be other builds that will be able to at least compete with it. I think Thrash is probably going to be quite good. We've already got it doing some good paragons now. That's getting a pretty nice buff. That board isn't actually that much of a buff to Swarm. Swarm's getting a 50% nerf at the base level. That board is a little bit of a buff, but it nowhere near compensates for that board, I don't think. It nowhere near compensates for the nerf. I don't think. I think Swarm is still going to be good, though. You're going to be looking at pit 130 plus on it, for sure, I think. But I think there'll be some other builds. Yeah, I've got another one, I think, which I don't think anyone else will try. But if it works the way I think it's going to work, that could end up being quite good as well. Alright, nice. Alright, I'm just going to try like the beginning of a... oh, no one do it. Going to try the beginning of a 120. I just want to see if it feels much better or not from a speed point of view for pushing. You've done Swarm for 2 seasons. Well, that's it, 9. Yeah, I'm the same. Hey, Napster, how's it going, dude? Just listening to Jaguar God and thought, oh, nice. Jaguar God's a sick tune, Napster. How you doing, dudes? 2 in the morning. I suppose you're done for work this week, aren't you? Mort swag. Yeah, have you seen it? I've got my hat on right now. Check this out, Napster. Yeah. Where's yours? When I next see you, I'll get you one. I'll order a couple in. I'll give you one because I'm nice like that. We'll have to do something soon. I might be free a bit in August. So, yeah, we might be able to do something. If you want to meet up or something in August, I'm a bit more chill, I think, in August. September's going to be crazy. I'm back out in LA again for BlizzCon, and then I'm just going to be, like, constant again. But August, I should be a little bit... I should be at least available to do something. So, yeah, let me know if anything works for you, and we'll figure something out. Didn't even realise it's 2 in the morning already. Holy. He has new ball gags. Well, Agravain, that was meant to be a secret just for you and Rosie. Rosie's like, what? I don't see any ball gags. Smuggle through customs. More Blizz weapons, yes. No, literally. Literally. I've got it here. Where is it? Oh, it's underneath. 1 second. He's not joking. Oh, 1 second. I've got a load of stuff on top of it. Oh, I scratched my picture. Oh, no. Rip. Oh, well. There we go. Oh. He's not joking. I've got to try not to drop this on my toes. I'll chop them off. There we go. I don't think everyone's seen this. So, guys, when I went to Blizzard in January, they gave us, you know, as they do, they give you a gift or something most of the time. You know, I thought it was going to be a T-shirt, honestly. They gave me this box. I was like, oh, cool, it's going to be like a T-shirt or something. That's, you know, nice, whatever. In a fancy box. Good times. Anyway, I go and open this thing, and I am not joking. Let me show you what they gave me. And I've got to be really careful with this. And I genuinely looked at this in amazement, thinking, I don't think I can take that home. I don't know if I'm allowed that in the UK. They gave me this. And it's sharp as hell. No joke. They gave me that. You can imagine. TSA approved. Like, can you? It's dead sharp. Like, if I dropped that on my toes, they'd be gone. It's the butcher cleaver. It's a legit butcher's cleaver. You could use that to cut meat and stuff. Like, I opened it. The UK is very, very strict on knife law. We've got 7 different knife types. If you have, you just get straight up arrested for. I ended up, yeah, anyway, I am allowed this in my house because it's a butcher's knife. I'm just not allowed to walk around in public with it, obviously, because that would be a bit weird. But it's a kitchen tool, exactly. But that's not a normal gift, right? There was one person, pretty big streamer, I will not name their names, did not open it because they were going to save it for stream, to open it on stream, you know, as they do, and go, oh, look, I got this gift. Didn't know what it was, went through the airport customs. And then when they were stopped at airport customs and asked, why have you got a cleaver in his bag? He's like, I didn't know. Could you imagine? That is quite funny, but still. I would be shit. I'd be cacking my pants if I ended up getting caught trying to go through customs with a cleaver in my bag. You get locked up for life for that or something. Anyway. I mean, that is one of... I've had some cool gifts over the years for some of the work trips and stuff I've done. Napster will be able to relate because I used to work with Napster for years. But that is certainly up there as one of the more unique gifts of any kind of anything. Even like for birthdays and Christmases. That is one of the most unique gifts I've ever had. Yeah. To chop up the ex-girlfriends. I haven't got the ex-girlfriends. They're already in the ground. No, I haven't got any Napster. I haven't got time for those. What are you talking about? Or are you talking about yours? As a traveller, you have responsibility to know what you're carrying. Absolutely. No, exactly, Ossie. I didn't carry it home. I got them to ship it to me. Because in the UK, the law says if they stop you and ask you why you've got... and see you've got that and ask why you've got it on you, you have to have a good reason on it to have it on you. And I was like, I'm not sure me telling them that I was gifted this by Blizzard Entertainment and bringing it home, even though it's in my suitcase, is a good enough reason to say I've got it on me in public. If I was a chef and I went, I've just gone and bought it from the shop because I need a new one and we're cooking in an hour, that's probably a good enough reason. So I was like, can you ship that to me? I don't fancy getting arrested. We have pretty sick knife laws in Canada. Yeah, strict knife laws in Canada. No gravity release. Yeah. So there's like literally all the main ones you wouldn't allow. They're all banned here. Literally to the point, if you get caught with them, you get insta-arrested and convicted. They're really strict here. You're not legally allowed guns in the UK anyway, at all. So, yeah, knife law is really strict because that can be... Certain areas have had some, you know... It's always good and bad areas in any country. But, yeah, knife law has had to be strict for reasons. It probably wouldn't have gotten me arrested, but it wasn't worth the risk. Exactly that night. But yeah, I mean, I honestly was sat there at my desk going, I don't know what to do. So first thing I did was Google. And you can imagine, right? It was a talking point amongst most people that had opened it. They were all like, WTF, what on earth is this? You know, we were all like, oh, wow, well, that's definitely unique. Yeah. Right, I'm just going to try the beginning of a 120 again, because I just want to see if it feels better. If it does, then you would take the feather stuff off on the amulet. You put apprehension there as well. And you could put exploiters on the pants, and you'd just be really, really squishy. But that would be giga pushing. For this build, anyway. Obviously, for other builds, it's not. It's like baby pushing, but... yeah, I think I am able to Soar evade enough, because I've got enough cooldown on the build. Like I say, if we were able to put evade cooldown reduction on the amulet and the boots, and it actually works with Soar, something I have reported doesn't work, then we would easily be able to get enough cooldown reduction to not need the feather stuff anyway. The feather stuff's just really nice for like extra mobility. It gives you more movement speed more than anything. I'm a little concerned about the fact he's got fire enchanted. I'm gonna get blown up. You watch. Yeah, this is already feeling better. Look, a 1.7 or 5x multiplier is pretty big. Inner calm actually works really well in this build because I'm not moving. I died. Oh well. I'm not gonna. It doesn't matter. That was absolutely going better. This is fine. I can put that in the guide. Good times. Jail stream. Yeah. Soz, guys, I got arrested. I'm in jail. But here you go. Ask me what you like. You guys will be like... the first question will be, and what have you learned, Immortalize? How does this make you feel? Like psychiatrist level. It's me sitting in a corner like rocking going, I don't know. Don't carry knives in public. Bummed. Wow. I don't think you can do that on stream. You'll definitely get banned. Oh dear. Okay, I've done enough pushing on this. Can't be asked with the rest of that. So let's just try like a general Helltide here. I'm gonna leave recalling feathers on because the extra mobility is quite nice on it, but we'll see how it plays. Hey Nine, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Oh, itchy foot. It's get out of town so I can actually move faster than a snail. Oh, I suppose I could use my mount, couldn't I? That just sped things up a little. There you go. Yeah, recalling feathers just allows you to get... I mean, look, I'm just one-shotting everything. This is teeth. Oh, this is penitent. That's why. Why the hell am I impenitent? I'll say, I'm pretty sure. Why am I one-shotting everything? I mean, that'd be amazing. That'd be incredible if you could get to that point with this build. You just walk into T12 and just one-shot everything. I don't know why I'm impenitent. I never even noticed that. Okay. All right, let's try that again, shall we? It may not be a meta build. It's not that bad, though. Alright, let's do the same thing again. No, obviously, yeah, I know that would appear. Yeah, I just didn't realise it was impenitent. Yeah, that's better. I was going to say, I don't think I was one-shotting stuff. Not once I get Supremacy geared up, I probably will one-shot most of the trash. Yeah, so I kill stuff pretty quick still. I was literally one-shotting them before, though. Just got to keep making sure you got that up, otherwise it's just going to move well slow. There's literally no enemies. It helps if I've got enemies to attack to actually see how it feels to play. Let's just go over to the one sec. Is this actually... I don't know if that's actually the one. Do you know what? I'm going to quit out and go back into the main menu, come back in, because I think the Helltides have messed up on my map, and it's taken me to an area that's not actually a Helltide, but it looks like it is. Because I'm not getting any cinders. It does that sometimes. That was a very slow quit to main menu. Okay, into here. Yeah. It's a bug. I know it's a bug. It happens occasionally. Yeah, the UI and stuff for the Helltide doesn't update properly, but it doesn't give you cinders and stuff. It just... I have a feeling that might be what's happened there. Yeah, it has. Look, so that's where it was. This is actually... the area I want to go to over here. I'm going to go in this way because I think it'll be more dense with enemies. Alright, let's do this. I do like this mount. It's a really cool mount, this one. Oops. Seems alright. Just need enemies to kill. Yeah, it seems fine. Seems pretty good, actually. Yeah, it's a shame I haven't got the movement aspect for the plane's power on, so... You don't really need to move much on this, though. You just need to get in the middle of the enemies. So for that kind of stuff, like Hordes, this build will be okay, I think, actually. Like if Hordes was one of the places you actually wanted to go. You just pull everything towards you. You just go set up shop. You just go set up where you want to be, and then you just pull the enemies towards you. And the rest is easy peasy. I need to set up a better loot filter for this build, actually. Should go do that, really. This other person here is looking at me going, what the hell is this guy playing? So actually, yeah, I'm not attacking enemies, and I am able to soar pretty quickly here. So you don't need the feather tech, you just need to have enough cooldown reduction. How much cooldown reduction have I got? Got nearly 50% there, and then you've got the 2 mobility cooldowns. Yeah. I could potentially roll that eventually into Soar. Maybe. You get extra damage there as well. Yeah. Those don't get factored into 50%, but they have the diminishing returns. It probably is pushing me up to about, those two included, it's probably pushing me up to 60+% cooldown reduction-ish, somewhere around there. It's going to be pretty hard to get to 75 without the evade cooldown reduction stuff working. You definitely wouldn't need the feather tech if that works. You get your skill cooldown down by about another second or so probably. And because you're just holding down thrash, it's like every... If I had a GA and attacks reduced cooldown, it's like 2.5 seconds or 2.3 seconds. It's like every two thrash attacks, you every 2 thrash attacks, you just instantly reset your evade anyway. But obviously you kind of just want to walk through here and just clap everything instantly, don't you? That's what all the best builds will do. You won't even have to stop and set up and hit things. And chart with 2 GAs there, nice. With Protein Heart, Fist of Fate and Quackly's Charms be enough to make up the 5th set of Multitude? A 1.67, 1.75. Fist of Fate, maybe. It'd be close. It'd be close, yeah. I'd have to sit down and do the actual math, but it'd be close. I can't really see much on my screen. Look how many arrows there are. Holy, that really is rain of arrows. I think there's more than one of them. So many arrows. Everything's just getting obliterated before. Look at all the body parts everywhere. What the hell? Whatever they're using is obliterating them on spawn. Jesus. Hey, that black beta's going. Just got so I don't know about Thrash. Oh, you just got here. What do you want to know? You can ask whatever you like. I tried to keep that as short as possible, that video, and it still ended up being like 10 or 12 minutes long or something. And that's why I only went through the Spiritborn stuff. I went through the whole thing in detail. It would have taken forever. But I think Thrash is probably going to be quite good next season. Yeah. If the Spirit Storms works out, yeah, it might be quite good. But there's a hidden dark horse in there as well, build, I think. I'll have to test it next week. I'm looking forward to testing it, though. I think it might be quite good, though. Potentially he's going to be up there in the S tier again. It'll be close, Thrash. I actually think there might be another build that might be... If the Spirit Storms on the Thrash is good, then yes, it definitely will, I think. I think so, potentially. But there's another build that most people won't think about, which depends if it works or not. But if it does, that could potentially be very good as well. Hey, Tripana, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. So we'll see. I'll be testing them all next week, as much as I can anyway. I need to take footage of everything. Yeah, it's pretty chill to farm with. It's nothing crazy. I mean, Swarm, you just instant melt everything, don't you? Karma was slain by Balrog. Well, rip Karma. I'll just put all the enemies towards me. They go where I go. Ow. Oh, wow, that hurt. Oh, I nearly died there. We will be tankier next season on all the characters with those new socketables, so I'm not too worried about that stuff. You have a question about potency and the aspects of corruption. Okay, what's the question? Aspects of corruption. 1 second, I'll have to go and have a look what the aspects is. I'm trying to think what it is off the top of my head. Let me see if I've got the big chest near me and I'll go open that quickly. I need to make a better filter for this build, actually. So I can actually see the items. Let me try changing this back to my non-pushing variant and see how that feels on the hillside. Wow, that is running slow. I might have to reset the thing again. Okay, corruption aspects. Oh, you're talking. Are you talking about this one, the rogue one? I'm not that well versed in rogues, but we probably have some people in here that can help. Let's see what your question is. It says imbuement skill effects have 60 times increased potency. Yes, up to 60% multiplicative increased potency. Yeah. So what's the question about it? Does that also mean that the imbued skills would have 60% multiplier? It depends what the potency does. If the potency is scaling the damage of whatever your imbuement is, then yeah, sure, it would. It would scale up the potency of that imbuement. And if the potency of the imbuement scales, say, like the damage component of the imbuement, because that's what, if the imbuement is the damage, then yeah, sure, probably. Ayo, how's it going? Does that make sense? I don't know Rogue that well, so it depends. Like, if, for example, if the imbuement for some reason scales your armor, then it would scale. Then this would scale your armor. If it's like the cold imbuement where it gives you cold damage, and that's actually like your main source of damage, then yeah, that would scale the damage and that would give you a bunch of damage. But this isn't a 1.6 multiplier of damage. Like, if you had a different aspect that literally says take your damage and multiply it by 1.6, that probably would be stronger. Oh, was that you that messaged me in game, Chidori? Have I got a Yo and Yom runes? Let me have a look. Maybe. Yo. Yom. Yes, I do. Come and join me. I've got them, yeah. Come and join me, good sir. But yeah, you're welcome, Tree Partner. No worries. Always happy to try and help. Erina, how's it going? Are they going to bring bug fixes they mentioned on PTR notes to live server? No, not to live, no. No. Everything that's in the PTR notes will not, none of that will reach live. Next week when we test PTR, that stuff, well, it should theoretically be there. We'll see if it works or not. But yeah, I wouldn't expect that stuff in live. So you're going to have to wait till season 15. Check your gear as well. Oh, goodness, that costs extra, that does. Oh, dear. You got a test, Zach? No worries. There you go. Let's have a look at your build here. Well, bloody hell, look at all the mythics. You mythic monster. You should enjoy this character while you can. I like your weapon, by the way. That looks your skin here looks sick. But yeah, enjoy this character while you can, because barbarians are not looking in a healthy state in the PTR. They might still be good, I don't know, but they're certainly getting the short end of the stick. Okay, weapon's not too bad. No GA crit damage, though. Warcry, nice. Not bad. You got your tibbies. Okay, yeah, those whirlwind gloves are nice. Rage Arrogant. Why have you got empty sockets in your gear? Damage over time. Are you... 1 second. Why are you stacking crit stuff and dot stuff? Surely that's not right. I don't play Barb, so unless there's a way you can use both of those to scale a skill, they won't mix and match. Like, what's your main source of damage? It's Whirlwind, right? Is it Whirlwind Bleed you're playing or Whirlwind Crit? Oh, okay, new gear, okay. Dot on chest is to reset shout cooldowns only, Pokedees. Yeah, okay. So I understand that you've got the chests to reset your cooldowns, but you don't need damage over time multiply, right? You just need to inflict damage over time. You can literally inflict 1 damage over time to them. As long as you're inflicting damage over time with them, it doesn't matter how much, right? Not unless he's playing fire. Yeah, okay. No, I was just wondering, that's all. I'm not a Barb player, so, you know, I'm just using my intuition. Thanks for the insight, though, Pokedees. Yeah, first time chatter. Welcome, welcome in. Appreciate it. I think it's new gear, though, so yeah. Okay. Yeah, gear's not looking too bad, but obviously, so you say it's new gear, so you're going to have to enchant all this stuff, right? You've got damage over time everywhere, so I guess you need to... If you're doing that, then you need to go into a damage over time version. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no worries, Pokedees, yeah. What do you play, Pokedees? What classes and stuff? Poison going to be good next season, Mr. Mark. Poison Swarm will do 130 plus, from what I can tell. My initial calculations that I did earlier. I literally had like 20 minutes, so I just did some really, really quick back of the napkin math. But there are some other builds I think will come up, will sort of be on par with it, or be near, much nearer to it anyway. Oh, that's a pretty good amulet. GA core. Gorilla skills GA maximum resource. Damn, that's pretty nice. I need to change my loot filter for this build. I'm not going to play Rake Fireborn again, so I don't think I can add any more, because if I do it, it bricks them, I think. Unless they fix that. I want to duplicate this, but I think it bricks it, so let's just try. If I do that, save changes, and then go to Firestorm, can I go back to Soar again? No. Oh, yeah, I can. Okay. Oh, maybe they fixed it. Sweet. That's good. One second. What the? Show Mythics? That used to have Mythic in it. What? Huh. We were using that to show Mythics. They're gone. That's gone. Item properties. Mythic. They used to have a Mythic in there. Does that mean the Mythics doesn't work anymore? So we don't need that anymore. It's not doing anything. I don't ever hide Mythic uniques to start with. I didn't think item rarity works here. I probably don't need that anymore then. Okay. Yeah, drop a Mythic on the ground to check it. I will do that actually, yeah. That tag's been removed. Okay, yeah, it's working. There we go. Look. Whatever was breaking it before has been fixed by the looks of it. And they've removed that tag. It might have even been that loot filter tag thing that was breaking it. Oh, there you go. I told you. My loot filter's been bricked. Look, I told you. You can only have so many loot filters before it bricks them. So I'm going to have to delete one here. Pestilence Swarm Farming. Alright, well, I'll just have to delete this one for now. I'm not going to use this. 18. 18, yes, it's fine. I can duplicate this now and it'll work. In theory. Save, come back out, just check it before I do anything else with it. Yeah, I worked out is if you've got a certain number, it doesn't save it, it just like bricks them. You start with I've got hide all as well, but I don't hide mythics. Yeah, I hide everything but mythic, unique, and talisman sets, and then I just sort things out accordingly. But there was a bug, I think, where it was hiding mythics. That's why we had a force mythic thing in there. But you don't need it anymore. They've actually this item properties used to have a mythic tag, and that's gone. And I just tested. I dropped one on the floor, and that seems to have worked. So Sork needs buffs. Sork's getting some changes. I think the fire ring build's getting nerfed. I think some cold build stuff's getting buffed. Barbs are getting Barbs are literally getting taken, bent over the table, legs spread, and then they're being shown where the sun does shine. They're really getting hammered hard in the PTR. They'll probably end up getting some love before the season goes live. I reckon there'll be a lot of pushback on that. Rogue's got the least amount of changes because they're probably in the best state. Spiritborn got some meaningful changes, but nothing mega. Warlock got the most changes, like just buffs galore. So Warlock's probably going to be quite good next season. Paladin got some changes, but nothing crazy. Judgment mainly. Druid got some buffs and some nerfs, so it'll probably have different builds that are good next season, from what I can tell. Necromancer got some buffs, and I heard that there might be one build that'll be mega. I don't know what it is, though. I'll have to chat to the guys when they've had a chance to test it. But they do reckon there's going to be one really good Necromancer build. At least one. And I think that's all the classes, right? There's 8 classes. Did I miss any? Sork. Yeah, I did that. I think I went through them all. Getting some cold buffs, but they take the same amount of debuff in the board. Yeah, so the Enchantment Master board's getting nerfed, yeah. That's right. Okay, GA Ancestrals. I only care about pole arms on this build. Right. Affixes dexterity on the amulet. Yes. Critical vulnerable fire. Don't care for max life too much. Oh, I guess I leave that on just for generic reasons. Yeah, they'd be okay. They don't need this. Boots. Dex. Actually, I don't think we need Ancestral GA boots here. You have to have the Scorn of the Earth boots. So Ancestral GA boots are just not needed for this filter, so that can go. I haven't heard this song in ages. It's quite heavy. Dex on the rings. I don't actually use Dex on the rings, funnily enough. You absolutely mandatorily need cooldown reduction on these, so... Cooldown. Where are you? And then the other stats can be all damage, crit, vulnerable fire, max life. No. We've already got cooldown. We need crit chance. Don't care about any of those. Fine. Pants. Dex. Max life, armor, resistances. Yep. Gloves. That'll be Dex. Don't think I've got that on Dex. I don't think I've got Dex now. I think I've got cooldown reduction on here. I didn't stack Dex everywhere because I needed the cooldown reduction. This is the thing. If I had evade cooldown reduction and it actually works, as I say, you wouldn't have to stack cooldown reduction literally everywhere, and then you'd be able to stack Dex and you get more damage there, and so on and so on. So it's one of the things with this build right now. Like evade cooldown reduction theoretically should work. It says your Soar is your evade, or your evade is your Soar. Either way, evade cooldown reduction probably should work with it, but it doesn't. Those are all fine. Don't want max life. Already got cooldown. Don't need stinger. Don't need resource. Body armor. Dex. Max life, armor, resistances. And we do not need max resource or resource cost reduction here. GA ancestral weapons. Dex and max life. Polearm. And those. Yeah, that seems fine. Desired uniques. Nope. I need to untick all of these. Scorn of the Earth. Don't need Hesher. Need the Harmony. That's it. They're the only two, I think. Don't need this. What the hell is my playlist doing? It's gone like well heavy. I didn't put on a particularly heavy playlist to start with. This is really heavy. What the hell? The hell has it got coming up next? Well, it's going back to sensible stuff after this. I don't know why it's suddenly gone so heavy. Oh well. Oh well, I'll let it roll because the next songs aren't too bad. 1.1 trillion with your farming gear. Not bad. For what build, Zach? It's the same for the mythics here, really. This is pretty heavy. Holy. I don't really listen to this sort of heavy stuff very often. Desired Charms. Procyon Heart, pretty much. Endurance Faith is not terrible as well. Procyon Heart. Two of those. Right, that's it. Sweet. All right, I have a loot filter that's not terrible. Good. And hopefully that's not bricked, because that would suck. Seems fine. Okay. Your own build. Is it your Thrash build, Zach? Oh, your Thrash build. Okay, nice. Yeah, I think Thrash... I'd have to see your setup. Have you got it on right now? Let's have a look. Yeah, okay. Zeps on tech. Crit chance, yeah. Okay, that seems fine. Have you got the Procyon Heart Charming? Is that what you've got on? Harmony, Viva Waka. Cooldown Poison. Yeah, okay. You're using Heshra Kasungi. Yeah, I guess you're using... Yes, you're using Protector. You're using the Multitude set. Yeah, Procyon Heart. You should be doing more than 1.1 trillion. I'm sure you should be. Monizik, yeah. The old cry. Seems fine. You got the fire damage there. Lucky you. Exploiters. Apprehension, yeah. I'm amazed you're only doing 1.1 trillion. So you got 50% there. Okay, swap. Ruthless for Reapers. Because if you're using multitudes, all your skills will be eagle skills, and you've got Scourge, so you're gonna be poisoning them all the time, and Toxic Skin. That will give you 30% damage while they're poisoned all the time, rather than waiting for them to be injured. It's giving you the same amount of crit chance. Yeah, I would have expected this to do more than 1.1 trillion, but... I can't see your Paragon setup and stuff. I changed my aspects to my non-pushing version, which will be lower damage, but it'll be able to, well, technically more spam, but I want to see if it actually feels better or if it just feels worse because I've got less damage. I mean, you say you're doing 1.1 trillion. How often are you doing that trillion? Is it like once every now and then, or is it like, okay, I'm hitting 1.1 trillion, like really fast? Because Thrash is a build that you hit very fast, very often, isn't it? Anti-Menagerist. So you can put Revenge on, Temper Thorns on your gloves, and replace Menagerist. Colossal. Yeah, that's not a terrible option because I can already feel like I'm able to just literally spam it. Colossal's fine. You should have... you'd be better off putting Glynn's Anvil on rather than Might, probably. But I think you've transfigured that item. Because then you'll get an extra 2 stacks there, so it gives you a bit more damage as well. Where's the big chest in this thing? Innate's fine for DR. You won't need that next season. Spirit's fine. You're probably not rocking 100% crit chance either. I don't think. Yeah. I mean, there's going to be ways to potentially solve that next season. There's a new one of those. I need to see what the negative is. There's one that gives you crit chance and attack speed. That would actually work really well for Thrash. Let me go over... well, it'll work for a pure Thrash build. Let me go and quickly have a look what it was in the patch notes. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, no. You use a Splinter of Anguish. You gain up to 35% crit chance and attack speed, but your primary resource costs are increased. Well, that doesn't matter, does it? For a pure Thrash build. So you'd use that. That'd help you solve your crit chance. Do you know what? That would be really good for Firestorm as well. It has the same thing, like all these builds. Same with this build. That would really benefit this build. This build does not give a crap about primary resource costs. Attack speed's not that important, but actually attack speed just allows me to use Thrash faster. So yeah, on this build, this would work quite well as well. So that you've got that one, and then you've got the DR one, and you could probably get another 30% movement speed somewhere to compensate. So that would allow you to get the extra DR. So like a mega big chest up there, probably. And then you've got the giga damage one, but that well, you won't be able to use the giga damage one. That'll nuke your crit chance. But yeah, I mean, you'd literally be able to use Reapers, that socketable, temper on crit chance, and that's it. That's your 100%. You won't even need crit anywhere else. Literally nowhere else. So you'll be able to roll. You won't have to roll any crit affixes or anything. You'll just be at 100%. Yeah, I'm certainly able to... Yeah, I'm definitely spamming it more often because I can see how quickly I'm putting them in. It does make a difference, this aspect here. You are definitely able to spam it more often. You can see they're just constantly being pulled in towards me. It's pretty fun. Saw the patch notes. I don't know what I'm going to play next season, Repsile. What's what classes are you thinking? If you've got multiple in your mind, what ones have you got in your mind? I'm guessing Barbarian's probably not one of them, question mark. Wink, wink. Hey, Minnow, how's it going? Do you have any clue? The Druid 4-minute tower? Yes, absolutely bugs. It's been reported, and it's definitely fixed in the PTR already, because the thing there... The actual way they're doing it's not fixed, but the side effects of it and the fact that they're able to keep scaling the damage infinitely, that is fixed in the PTR because they've actually removed the ability to do that. Not even because they knew about the bug, it just happens to change that, and it means that that will be fixed. But yes, it's absolutely bugged. Same with Barbarians. Barbarians are able to do it as well. I think basically anything that can do 150 in 2, 3, or 4 minutes is bugs. Like, that requires quintillions of damage or more. It will solve it, Zach, yeah. Easy peasy. For Thrash, like pure Thrash, the question is, though, is Storm Thrash going to be better? It may well be. And Nat won't care for crit, because the Storms are dot damage, I believe. No, quick look. Pretty sure they're dot damage. Thrash's third attack deals 60 million or 515% and creates a moving spirit storm that sparks enemies for even more damage. 515. I guess the Storm variant actually has a lot higher hit damage on it. Even if you don't play into the Storms as such. It's lightning damage though, but it's hit damage. Yeah, the hit damage is a lot higher on there as well. It's like twice as big on the lightning version. So the lightning... Zach, try swapping your build into lightning. Thrash. But you're going to have to swap around... oh, I guess you're probably using Eagle secondary, aren't you? Right now, and you probably need that. But next season, you won't need it. Because as we've just said, you'll be able to max your crit chance using temper, socketable Reapers. Job done. And then you'd play Gorilla Primary You could go Jaguar secondary, or you could go Centipede secondary. I'm just thinking about this. You're using the... Oh, no, you don't use Gorilla primary because you're using the Gorilla. What are you doing to generate barrier? Are you relying on the Protector? You're using Heshra Kasungis, so... Protector there. So you go Jaguar primary, secondary, Centipede secondary, maybe. Or you go Centipede primary and Jaguar secondary, just because that gives you loads of DR. And it poisons enemies, so your Reapers is just going to kick in immediately. And that gives you... I mean, you've already got Ferocity generation, but it gives you an extra +1 on Ferocity. Yeah, I don't know. You just figure it out. But it's got so much more damage in... The hit damage on the Lightning version is, like, way higher. Yeah, it's like 217x. Oh, yeah, with the Sepsontek, you're always hit with the third attack, so you don't have to worry about having that extra thing. And the Lightning version's up at like 580. It's like, it's over double. It's like 2.5. It's like over, yeah, it's over 2x the damage on the hit damage, let alone the storms. Hey Minnow, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. So I think the Lightning variant of Thrash will be the strongest variant, even if you don't play into the Storms. But the Storms themselves are also going to have like twice as much damage next season. So they're going to be... the Storms are already stronger than the hit damage as it is. They're going to be a lot stronger than the hit damage next season. Yeah, it's just feeling better to play now I've got this. You're definitely... You're not able to push as high with this, but it's definitely better for general play. You're able to spam it more. It feels more fluid. Yeah, so I have to sit down and cook, but I think that build is definitely going to be a build next season. It's getting some tasty buffs in general. I say, if you're playing Spirit Storms, you don't need to care about... If you're playing into Spirit Storms, this is the other thing about the Spirit Storms. You'll be able to use the Giga Damage one. The Giga Damage Socketable. You won't care about the Crit Chance one or the Attack Speed one too much. Because the Spirit Storms are dot damage, and they don't crit. So you don't need to care about that. So the minus 100% crit chance makes no difference. And then you just don't use Reapers, you put on other stuff instead. Could potentially look to use Plains Power or some other damage scalers on the build. All these people dying around me, and I'm playing on this dirty off-meta build. So they fix Rogue and Druid gets butchers. Rogue's been fixed, yeah, but they've either known about it a while and not shown everyone, or they've known about it a while and people have finally, yeah. So basically, it's finally out the bag now. So Druid and Barbarians are both doing it. I saw a video earlier of there being like 1 gajillion Call of Ancients, like literally, it's ridiculous. You couldn't even see the Barbarian anymore. There were so many of them. Reptile, what classes are you thinking? Sorry. I'm just sort of chill farming here, really. I'm not really doing anything in particular. I'm just seeing how it feels. Do 1.4. What? With what? The Jaguar? Yeah. I think if you reconstructed... Yeah, I think if you reconstructed to Lightning, I think that would do more damage. I mean, the other thing you could do is go Hunter Ultimate with the over velocity stacking and reset for mobility. Gorilla Primary. Centipede secondary. Or Centipedes primary, Gorilla secondary. Depends if you need the barrier gen or not. You probably go Gorilla Centipede, I suppose. And then you use Fist of Fate. That could be a quite strong option as well, probably. He was going to attempt pushing Duo leaderboard. Oh, yeah. I think leaderboards are dead now because they've probably been overrun by this bug, right? Yeah. This is one of the reasons I haven't personally pushed on the leaderboards much this season. There was bugs riddling it right from day one. And I just lost the will to try. This is feeling pretty good. I haven't even got much supremacy. Yeah, this is feeling decent. The feather tech definitely makes it feel better for farming, like 100%. Because you can just spam it. You can just spam it constantly. Let's try a couple of lair bosses here. I think you've got enough damage, so you don't need the Giga like pushing damage. No bugged runs on solo southbound hardcore I can see so far. Okay. Well, that's good. Because that would suck. Like, hardcore solo southbound's obviously a slightly different level of elitism, isn't it? It's like people have really put their blood, sweat, and tears into that. The people that have played it legit. It's a totally different experience playing hardcore and doing solo southbound as well. You know, to have that opportunity taken away because someone exploiting would just suck. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this goes. I haven't got perma unstoppable, so Durio, I've got to make sure I don't get hit by his crazy claw move that can grabs you and then one-shot you. Oh, not that one. Yes, that one. Don't want to get hit by that. That would be bad times. Sit right underneath him. He can't get me in. Yeah, it's not a fast kill, is it, at all? But then again, it's because I'm using Supremacy, and my Supremacy stacks are at 0. I really don't like the Supremacy aspect, but I'm forced into using it, because it's just so strong. But it sucks on builds like this. It sucks for bossing on builds like this, where you can't pre-stack it very well, and you can't stack it very well. So it's just rubbish. If you're using Protector, Hunter, or Eagle, you can stack the Supremacy really quickly. But anything that uses Centipede, just, yeah, not great. I'm pretty tanky here. I'm basically just straight up tanking Duryl. I'm not even worried about him. That's better. Yeah, if I had Supremacy stacks, I would have killed him a bit quicker. Having 0 stacks of Supremacy definitely hurt me there, for sure. Yeah, there you go. Look how much more damage I do once I've got even 15 stacks. It's wild, really. Okay, I mean, it wasn't fast, but we got him down. This is like as giga juiced as these bosses can be. At least at the moment, anyway. Oh, we got Belial. Okay, brilliant. Just gotta try and remember to use my ultimate so I don't lose the Supremacy stacks here. Yeah, you'd probably be better. You'd probably be better off using the pushing version on these bosses. You get so much more damage from it. Having in a calm, I'll test it on the next. I think I've got a boss on the next one as well, so I'll test it there too. Testing the calm on a boss there. What? Why have I got 2 of them now? Oh, okay, good. I lost all my supremacy stacks again. Why? My ultimate is up. Why am I losing my stack? This happened to me earlier. There's obviously some weird bug going on because my supremacy stack shouldn't be going down like that. They should only go down when my ultimate isn't active. I seem to be losing my stacks somehow though. Yeah, I'm more than tanky enough here. I'm tempted to swap the aspects around here. Which farming, I might move supremacy onto a different slot. Because it really sucks. Supremacy's not great here for anything like bossing and stuff. You just can't stack it very quickly or at all. Not really. It might be better to put mid-planes power on there. Makes me more reliant on being inside the Mystic Circle, but...
Fate must have plans for you.
Let's try this. It's just so strong. I can't believe they haven't changed it. Yeah, I don't need any of those. Savage these. Sell those.
Don't go getting into trouble.
What's in there? Yeah, let me just try. I'll try this boss with this different setup of aspects. I just want to. I know putting in a calm on will definitely be will make it better as well. I'm going to try it with this same setup though, just to see how it feels if I've switched these around. I think the memory bug's kicking in again. I think my maximum damage will be lower, but I'm not as reliant on supremacy to do like the big damage. I need to be inside my Mystic Circle. Yeah, look, that's way better. I know it's Varshan and not Duriel, but still. Noticeable. I've got more stacks of Veracity now, so... Yeah, up to 15. I'm at like 15 stacks of Veracity now, so... You get more damage from that. I'd have to go try Duriel again, but yeah, I mean, that Varshan went down a lot quicker here. Only 6 stacks of supremacy. I mean, that was a bit more convincing. And I haven't even got inner flame on. Oh, let's go hand it in while I'm at it. Hey, Shvi, thanks for the lurk. Appreciate it. Stefan, how's it going? Thinking this is going to replace your counter Spiritborn build? Oh, no, it's not going to replace it, Stefan. This is definitely an off-meta build. I'm just having some fun with it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, in season 14, the Swarm build is the best build. Next season, I think Swarm is still going to be decent, but there will be some other builds that will possibly compete and maybe even be better. We're going to have to test stuff next week. But yeah, there's potentially going to be a bit of a shake-up there. So we'll see. You stay tuned, and I will make videos on the PTR as I get a chance to play it. I still haven't had a mythic one of these. A complete bait. You never get them. I think even when you do, the rewards are sucky anyway.
Let's reconsider.
Oh well. Harbinger. Guess doesn't really matter. I can go test bosses anyway, can't I? Let me go try Harbinger with this build. Since it's a whisper anyway. Druids are in a bad state after the PTR, depending on the feedback. What's bad about it, Reptile? I think they'll have some builds, but I think their Giga mobility, from what I've understood, is being nerfed, and I think their current top lightning build's been nerfed. But I think some other builds got buffed. I think they are intentionally trying to bring all the builds down to 130 to 140 range maximum, not like 145 plus. I think they are deliberately trying to do that. But you also got to take into account there is some damage options in these new powers we're getting access to. And if used wisely, will probably gain us another few pit levels back up again. So yeah, this is way stronger. Look at least on the single target bosses. Druid, I haven't even got... I've got a few stacks of Supremacy, but still. When I was doing... This all had the same sort of tankiness as Duriel. Like, when I was doing Duriel, it was taking me... Okay, I mean, I probably shouldn't have stood in that. But I'll try him again. I was shredding this guy. Turns out I can't tank that move on this build. Probably will be able to next season, though, because you're going to be able to get more tankiness. Like, legit. I could have easily have just not stood in that, though, to be fair. Storm builds got nerfed? Yeah, that's right. And Earth builds are still not viable because the 5p set for it wasn't fixed. Okay. I mean, it's a PTR, right? So there is room for things to be changed, fixed, addressed, blah, 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 blah. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens. Yeah, that's not standing nose. That's what nuked me last time. I'm probably going to have to play some mechanics here to kill him fast enough. If I put in a flame on, maybe the damage would be high enough. Let's get him down in time. This is really just a vast difference. I mean, my gear is not perfect on this build, but this is the vast difference. You can have like semi-decent gear on Swarm, and you'll nuke these bosses like no problem. The disparity on the build damage is wild, really. See what I get rid of this one. Yeah, you never get rid of that without using this stuff. Need me some more holy balls to fire at the portals, please. Need more holy balls. It's a bit annoying when you can't stand in the plane's power circle. My Supremacy's not stacked again. Yeah, Supremacy is terrible on this build. It's such good damage, but it's terrible. I'm at 4 stacks. 9 now. I can't keep it stacked very well on this build. I'm kind of just going to die and stop here. I don't really want to do this boss anymore. You'd have to pre-stack, and it's going to take you freaking ages because Supremacy is just horrible. it's just like, it's too strong. You can't not use it. It's really annoying, actually. Inner flame. Oh, 1 sec. Is it inner flame? Inner calm, my bad. Yeah, let's go try him again with that. Oh, I should be able to do this. You got the wrong mercenary. What mercenary did you have? Good to see Bob's got nerfs. I'm sure there are some people that disagree, but yeah. But yes, Barbarian's got nerfed pretty hard. Well, my plane's power, my plane's Mystic Circle's not under my feet, so I'm gonna do like no damage to this guy. There it is. You don't really want to have to do the mechanics in this guy if you can avoid it. I don't have enough damage to burn through him quick enough, I don't think. Maybe if I leveled up more my glyphs, some of my glyphs aren't even level 100. Maybe if I leveled up all those and got slightly better gear, then yeah, you could do it, but dead. Yeah, okay. Oh, this build is not, definitely not playing this boss very well right now. Screw this. I swear I did these okay on this build last season, but I did have some really good gear on this build last season, to be fair. I do not have that level of gear on this right now, even with the Mythic Scorn of the Earth. And the Mythic Harm of Ibuwaka, so I've got more damage on those, but... yeah. I definitely prefer having on the empowered stuff for general farming. I'm trying to figure out how it's just the supremacy damage stuff. It's doing my head in. If I was able to gain access to that way quicker, I'd clap that boss if I was at maximum supremacy stacks.
Ancients, watch over this one.
Subo, but wrong skill points. Okay. Just double check this again. Yeah, it's capped. Yeah, this all seems fine. Yeah, this all seems fine. Yeah, there's nothing else I can do here, really. Alright, well, let me just try like a random dungeon here. I'm definitely not going to want to go and do... I actually did T12 Lilith on this build last season, I think. I really had that good gear, though. I was just trying to ponder, like, the thing is, if I take Centipede, the reason I'm using the Centipede ult is because that was the easiest way to solve the movement speed, where I've got those Soar boots on. It was really hard to solve the movement speed because you needed to temper mobility cooldown on as well, so you couldn't get your 100% movement speed on this build. She just ran really slow and it just felt horrible to play. That's why it was the only way to easily do it. This is feeling fine otherwise, you know, I'm just killing stuff fine. But then again, I'm able to stack supremacy to 10 when you're killing trash. And then that gets your damage going, and then you're able to keep stacking it beyond there. In a boss fight, if you're at 0, it's going to take you 2 cycles of your... It's going to take you 30 seconds to get to 10 anyway. You have to wait for your centipede to die twice. So yeah, it's pretty brutal. Hey JN, how's it going? Nick, thanks for the sub on YouTube, appreciate it. I think Soar would be my favourite build if I could figure out a way to get rid of the 3-second cooldown on Soar. I got it so I can spam it. I'm spamming it now. Well, when I'm in combat anyway. Yeah. I can show... it is a fun build. It doesn't really scale the damage. We'll be able to get more damage out of it next season for sure. Just because of the socketables. But yeah, I'm doing it through stacking a lot of cooldown reduction, mobility cooldown reduction on the boots and the amulet, because evade cooldown reduction doesn't work. The Scorn of the Earth boots, so your evade becomes your Soar, which is why I would have liked to have used evade cooldown reduction, but it doesn't work right now, sadly. So I don't know. Well, I mean, if it's intentional, it probably shouldn't be, but anyway. So I've done that. I'm using Thrash as my just standard spam attack, because that can give you a chance to reduce cooldowns. And Ravager, that reduces your cooldown. That increases your cooldown rates. Your skills come off cooldown quicker and such. And I'm using Feather Tech. So you can see loads of feathers being generated with the Scorn of the Earth boots. Every time you use Soar, it casts Vortex. And Vortex is a focus skill, and if you've got recalling feathers on, that means if there's no feathers around you, your Vortex will generate feathers around you. And if there is feathers around you, it will drag them into you. And then you use empowered feathers on your ring, so every time you consume a feather or pick one up, you get 0.5 second cooldown on your mobility skills. And because every time you Soar, you are either dragging them in or consuming them, that means every 2 Soars you guarantee are generating 10 and dragging in 10 feathers. So that's 5 second cooldown. So that refreshes 1 charge, and then your cooldown on your Thrash and everything, and Ravager and everything pretty much cools it down as well. That gives me enough to basically allow me to spam it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not using it. You don't cast Soar. Your Soar is your evade, so I'm spamming evade here. So yeah, this is Fire Soar, what I'm doing here right now. It's okay. It's definitely, I can't remember what tier I put it in. I'm gonna have to look on the tier list. It's definitely at least a B. It's not in A tier. It's in B tier or something. It is a pretty fun build. It does lack the oomph of the other builds. Like I was actually having a bad time on T12 Harbinger there. I don't have like GG gear, mind you. So I think with better gear, you probably would be able to beat those bosses okay. But you are going to need some pretty good gear. I haven't got any transfigs on either. But I've got, you know, I've got the right mythics and stuff. Just swap max live tempers to max resolve and innate. Got it to do one. You swapped innate to Coloss. Yeah, you swapped in. What did you swap innate to? So yeah, for general farming like dungeons and that, this build feels fine. This build actually feels pretty good. But yeah, the problem with bosses is stacking supremacy. It's not very quick at all. There is nothing to replace it with at all remotely. Nothing at all. So yeah, while that's the case, that's kind of a bad time for this build. If they did what I suggested, where you make it so supremacy can only stack to 15 stacks, and then shift that damage into the Paragon board so all builds benefit. So you haven't particularly nerfed any builds, but you've also then buffed the builds that can't really make use of it or use it very well. It then makes it slightly less attractive to use on every single build. But yeah, at the moment it stacks up to 30 stacks, which is way too high if you ask me. Way too high. Menagerist. The problem in Menagerist is you're not getting the bottom part, are you? You put Revenge in. Temper Thorns on your gloves. And put Revenge on. If you're using Gorilla... Actually, no. If you're not using Gorilla Primary, don't do that. You'd actually be using Gorilla Primary Spirit Hall to do that. Yeah. You could use the Hone Glyph. Once that's leveled up enough, the bottom multiplier exceeds 16%. I think it goes to 18% at 150. And that gives you 5% crit in the middle, so that'll help you cap your crit. You could try that. As well as the additive Jaguar stuff on top. Yeah, but the Thorns won't work with Revenge unless you've got Gorilla Primary on. You need to actually be applying the Thorns, right? I forgot you're using Protector, so you're not actually applying any Thorns, are you? I don't think. You need to actually be applying Thorns to stack it quickly. If you've got Gorilla Primary on, then every single attack applies 150% of your Thorns. You can literally have just one Thorns damage, and then you just apply that every time you hit with any attack. Ever. So you're going to stack Revenge like super duper fast. If you don't have that, then you'll need to have some way of actually applying Thorns, yeah. Sorry, that didn't cross my mind to start with. I don't think you've got Gorilla Primary on, have you? Why am I stuck there? That's weird. You use Gorilla Eagle with Soar build. I am using Gorilla Eagle here, yes. Yeah, I'm probably the only person that's actually got a written guide for this build. Because it is quite off meta. I need to update it with a few little bits, but I mostly followed the guide with a few little changes. Mainly stacking max life. I've changed a lot of my guides to do that because otherwise you're just giga squish. You need more max life than 20,000, otherwise you're just going to end up getting slapped in T12. We might be able to get away with it next season because more DR, but we'll see. You don't have centipede and eagle, okay. Yeah, because you're playing Hesha Kasungis, right? Yeah, using Heshas makes sense. What we got here? Heraldics, materials. No, I don't know. One materials is never bad. Is the Bay Count Swarm still the push build, Swag Sword, this season? Yes. It's the only build you'll be pushing on. It doesn't. Nothing else competes. So yeah. If you do exclamation mark Swarm, I've got that build there. That build does over 140 in the tower. I know people have done it. You'll need like very good gear to do that stuff to get it in the 140s. There they are, Zach. Cheers. Do that. You got solo self-bound top 3 with a swarm. Nice, Toshiro. Awesome. GG's. How high is that? What tower is it? That's really good. You're doing 120 right now, but only made Spiritborn a few days ago. Okay, nice. We got plenty of room to go up. I didn't have particularly... I had pretty good gear, but I didn't have any transfix, and I was doing 135s, I think. So yeah, once you start getting into the transfig game, you'll get to 140 plus this season, for sure. 145. Nice. GG's. And what's number one? Are they 145 as well, or are they even higher? One, 4, 6. Okay. Oh, right. I see. They're playing a different version, are they? Okay. What's different about it? What have they done that's different? I suppose I could go and have a look after this dungeon. If I can access those leaderboards. No, I mean, you don't need a mythic swarm ring. A unique swarm ring with the right stats is just as good as a mythic one, because the mythic swarm ring the only thing that really does is give you max affixes, which is nice, and it gives you slightly more damage on the swarms that come out the ring. But the swarms that come out the ring are literally no damage. You don't want those really. They actually hurt your damage. You want just the counter attack ones. Oh yeah, it's no unique at all. If he checks his charms. Interesting. I'll see if I can have a look in a minute. I'm intrigued. I mean, one of the issues in this build is waiting for your planes, waiting for your mystic circles to spawn, but we really have to use that on this build because we don't have access to any mega damage stuff otherwise, really. There's no focus skill damage scaling aspects, as per se. Probably something we're lacking, having some focus skill damage stuff. go up that way. That is an awful lot of elites right there. Rip those guys. Whole load in here as well. Loads of them. Can't for the life of me see the floor. There we are. Volatile. Which ones are the volatiles? Oh. Hey, Cameron, thanks for the sub on YouTube. Appreciate it. Ovals. Oh, there's a chest there, apparently. It's pretty much sandwiched between those. Let's do an ovals one. Get some ovals, why not? Hey, Catsper, how's it going? Did I see that the last hotfix gifted us the joy of escalation dungeons no longer being able to be reset? Oh, you mean people that were abusing exploits and stuff? Oh, I don't know, maybe. I didn't really look through the patch notes that well. I'll have a look in a minute. It makes sense if that's what they've done, because I mean that was people. You're not really meant to be able to just keep resetting nightmare dungeons and or dungeons as a whole. That was a wider problem than nightmare dungeons and escalation dungeons. People were using that to reset other things like the key dungeon where you could get superior keys in the seasonal dungeons. They were using the same thing there as well. Yeah, I mean, I'm killing stuff in here with just my thrash. I'm not even using saw here, and I'm killing the trash. I haven't even built into this particularly. Obviously, the AoE's not insane on it, but it'll probably be more insane on the lightning version. How high am I hitting? In the billions. I haven't even specced into Thrash and I'm hitting in the billions here. seriously considered making a Thrash build this season. Yeah, well, we were talking about someone was doing it in the background today. The Thrash is getting some pretty meaty buffs in the PTR. Oh, I think those buffs will stay. I don't see why they wouldn't. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it plays. I mean, I'll definitely be testing it. So I haven't even built into Thrash, and this is T12, and my Thrash was killing stuff. I'm not using Soar right now. This is just Thrash and my other skills. This is my ultimate here. Yeah, so I'm killing the elites with just Thrash. Not fast. This doesn't help them in there. Yeah, so that's just Thrash. I'm not using my main damage skill here, and I'm killing stuff in T12, and I haven't even got the right setup for it. You hit very fast, so yeah, it absolutely will smash T12, like, no problem. Once you build into it correctly. Maybe I'll build it at some point. Maybe I'll build that tomorrow. Hey, Dark Lord Revelist with the 16 months. Thank you for the prime, dude. Appreciate it. How you doing, Dark Lord? Tired? I feel you. Yeah, I'm getting a bit tired as well. I won't be on mega late tonight. I was up quite a lot today doing various things and doing YouTube stuff before stream and all that, and it's really, really hot here today. But I hope you had a good day anyway. Yeah, I think tomorrow I might try building Thrash just for funsies. But I'll go down the lightning route and we'll see how that performs. Since Zach's already done the Jaguar one, I might as well build into the lightning one. And I'll do just hit damage because storms definitely won't work well right now, I don't think. We'll just see how that does, because that's definitely getting buffed next season. Finally got Cyberpunk 2077. Nice. I haven't played that since it first came out. I had it on PlayStation 5. It was not long after the PS5 came out and I had one. I had to keep resetting the game every 2 hours, but otherwise it ran okay. I had this like memory, it had a memory leak, so after 2 hours the game pretty much guaranteed would just come to a halt and crash. But otherwise it works okay. You're on staycation now. Okay, nice. You've been enjoying it. Yeah, I've heard Cyberpunk's really good now. Now that all the initial problems are fixed and all the initial promises have been made and committed to and everything. This build looks... Yeah, I like this build. It is very off meta though. Like, I didn't quite complete a pit 120 earlier. I got a bit unlucky at the end. But my current setup, with a couple of changes to go more DPS rather than quality of life, will do a 120. I reckon you could probably eke out a 125 with this build if you did like transfigurations and stuff, but you're not going to get much higher than that, I don't think. It's pretty simple build though. I mean, you just run into the middle of them and then you just evade over and over again, and it just pulls all the enemies in. Yeah, you just keep pulling the enemies in, keep knocking them down, and they just die eventually. So it's a pretty fun build. It is pretty off meta though. I think I might have it in A tier. It definitely needs to go down to B tier. That's why you choose not to buy most games right off the bat. Yeah. Yeah, that was a really high profile one though, wasn't it? Like I say, if you had it on PS5, it works okay, but PC and all the other things work terrible. So I got quite lucky with that, I guess. We need a ladder like in D3 where you can play different builds. Yeah, I mean, having a ladder with just specific builds so you can be #1 on a certain build, that'd be really cool. I'd like that. Yeah, that'd be cool. Maybe one day, right? Maybe. Wow, it's really putting some heavy tracks on tonight. Holy. I don't even know who this is. Is it oh, it's Spirit Box. Oh, okay. Wow, that is quite heavy. We got there. Yeah, we'll try Thrash tomorrow with Lightning, I think. I was gonna try Firestorm, but we can do Thrash. That's fine, we can do Firestorm another day. I've just decided I'm going to try a few different builds. I've played Swarm a fair amount. I've got a Swarm build I can go back to. I'd have to shift a couple of Socketables around and stuff, but I've got a Swarm build I can play if I want to. But let's pick up all that stuff. It went on sale for $18 on Steam. Wow. I mean, you can't really lose with that, really, can you? That's cheap as chips. I know it's not a new game anymore, but $18 is not a lot in this day and age. For a full-blown game. It is quite a good game. Like, as long as it's the biggest problem with it when it released was mainly the performance issues. Like, it just physically didn't run on people's machines, like, and consoles and stuff. That was the biggest issue, straight up. And that's the PS5 did though, but the others didn't. Even PCs were crashing over and over. So it was performance that was the biggest issue. I'm sure there was some issues with the content and stuff as well, but it was mainly the performance that was the biggest issue. Can't actually get to him. He's literally standing inside that thing. There we go. I didn't really want to stand inside there too much. Yeah. On this version, without all the extra damage things and killing off the quality of life, the damage on the bosses definitely on these lair bosses isn't quite where I'd want it to be. With better gear, I could do them a bit faster, of course, but I mean, we still did it fairly comfortably. It just isn't fast. But we can do it. It's doable. It's not a hard build to play. You just sit there and evade over and over in the middle of them. Yeah. Let me see if I can see the solo self-bound leaderboards from here. I want to have a look at that 146 run. I'm not sure if I can access them from here. Let me just salvage all this stuff. Where's that amulet I picked up? Oh, I see. No, I don't need that. Okay. Can I see them from here? I can. One second. Didn't you say solo self found? On very top. Previous. Oh, right. Got ya. Let's have a look at this. Yep. Yeah, no surprise. There. Drive. Manager of Spain. He's using Fester instead of Revenge. Fair enough. Okay, let's have a look at this. Ice and quality there. Yeah, he's got defensive. Like, ranks in counter-attack Swarm right now is so strong. Because the base scale per rank is really high. The fact that they're nerfing that by 50% next season hurts counter-attack Swarms more than you would think. Because you can stack well in excess of like 40 or 50 plus ranks, and it has really high damage scaling per rank. So yeah, nerfing that by half is going to hurt the build significantly. So, I mean, his weapon's not even that cracked, but he's got the poison damage multi, and he must have got a double transfig on it. Oh, he has. He hasn't even transfigged this again. Look, it's still modifiable, this thing. Defense skills there as well. Wow. Again, defense skills are actually quite strong on this. Poison damage multi. He's gone full glass cannon, so he's done a run where he hasn't just got one tap. So yeah, he's running insatiable there. Supremacy there. Infestation. Yeah, he's not using the Riving Moon. Interesting. That just means that they won't spiral around you, but I guess it is playable. It's just not going to be as like easy to play. Like it won't be generic farming without the Riving Moon Ring would suck. But yeah, you could theoretically play without the Riving Moon Ring. The cooldown reduction could be an issue, but he has stacked some cooldown reduction tempers here. His amulet's absolutely insane. Yeah. He must have just had a fantastic run as well. I mean, look how fast he's done that. I mean, if you can get away without needing the Writhing Moon Ring and you can get something like Insatiable, then that is just a damage multi you didn't have before. So it makes sense how he managed to get more damage out of the build. I mean, that's more than a pit tier there. And when you get crowd controlled enemies, you're getting like 2 or 3 pit tiers worth of damage. So yeah. Unless there was something else going on, because he's not up here again. Look. He's not on there this time. So either he's given up, or there was something else going on, and we can't see that in that pane. I did also hear that people have figured out a way to make it show different gear here to what they actually clear with. I don't know if that's what he's done here, to be fair. But I did hear that people have figured out how to do some crazy stuff that they shouldn't be doing. I don't know how. I don't know if that's true. Yeah. Yeah. I know that there were some people... There is a good chance that this might be abusing the bug that was revealed today. The animation bug. But I don't know. Where you can reset your animations. There's a good chance that he was doing that, and that's why he doesn't need the Writhing Moon Ring. I think he was using an exploit. That's the way I think he's done it. I'm not going to tell you exactly how it's done, but there's a way to reset your cooldowns without actually waiting for him to come off cooldown, and that's what they're doing. That's what the Druid's done for the 150 crazy runs. That's what the Barbarians have done. The reason the Druid can do 150 is currently right now they've also got a talisman set that allows you to infinitely scale your damage using that bug, like to like 1.2 million X or something. And Barbarians can just spawn like 1,000 Call of Ancients, which is why they can do it. Spiritborn won't be able to infinitely scale its damage, but that would make sense why he's able to take the Riving Moonring off if he's doing that. Because then you won't need... If you just reset your cooldowns, you won't need the cooldown reduction on that ring, will you? And then you just learn to play without the spiraling of it. Because his gear's good. It's not as good as some other people's I've seen, though. I think he might have done that. And he posted his time a few days ago. Yeah, it's possible. I'm not going to say with absolute certainty they have. It might be legit, but that would make sense. Yeah. I know that there was someone else that posted up a time somewhere deliberately on the last day. I can't remember who it was. I can't remember what class it was. It might have been non-solo self-found. Apparently someone posted up some like crazy time, like right at the end. They deliberately waited. Wow, someone's done a 148, holy. Yeah, this is the thing, right? You're looking at these people's gear. He's just got poison damage multis everywhere. This guy's got better gear than that other person. Generally speaking, I'd say. Some of it is, some of it isn't. He's also using Revenge, which is better than Festa. Where the hell does his Thorns damage come from? Has he put it on? Oh, he's got Thorns on his helm as one of the affixes. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Obviously, he's just got like crazy. Yeah, so this is the thing. I think that's probably what's happened, but I don't know for sure. 148's wild, though. Yeah, Deshiro. There is a good chance that they've done what I said there. Yeah, here we go. There was something like this. There we go. Look, 150 Sork. Insane. So Sork's got to 150. Barb's got to 150. Obviously crazy numbers of rogues. Couple of druids. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That's all I can say. I obviously don't know that with certainty, but yeah, given that no one else has dropped it, I'd say that's highly likely. Oh, on that note, though, I'm probably going to look to end here. It's nearly 4 in the morning, and I'm getting a bit hungry and tired. Had a long day. This build's pretty fun. I'll probably update the plan with the small changes, just so I've got a record of it, and I'll do another build tomorrow. Oh, I was about to raid. I was going to go raid out myself in a second. I just got raided. Hey, Panda Animal, welcome in, welcome in. How's it going, guys? Have I crossed paths with you before, Panda? Let me have a look here. I am not sure I have. I'm going to... You've jumped in chat before. Okay, nice. I'll give you a follow anyway. Nice. Well, thank you for the raid. I'm actually going to be looking to raid out myself at the moment, so I do apologise. I'm going to be... I'll raid on the raiders. It's nearly 4 in the morning for me. I think I've hit that point where I'm going to log off, but I really do appreciate the raid. Thank you. And also, guys, have I got a shout out for you here? No, I haven't. How rude of me. Let's do that. Obviously, guys, anyone that's in here, go check out Panda Animal. Show all the love. Yeah, stream's been good. I've just been chilling. We went through the patch notes and such. Just tried an off-meta build. I'll probably do another one tomorrow. So it's just a good opportunity to blast through some different builds, even if they're not necessarily that strong. Yeah, absolutely. No worries. What were you doing in stream? Before I go off, let me know. Were you streaming D4 or were you streaming something else? I'll try and jump in your stream sometime when I do find. I was actually I hung around in a couple of people's streams today while I was doing some stuff on my in the background, so I do try to when I can. D4 Necromancer, okay, nice. I think Necros are getting some good love for the PTR next season. So yeah, if you like the Necro class, they might be performing a bit better next season. But that's what I've heard anyway from the people that know a bit more about Necro than me. I'm gonna have a quick look to see who's online, see who we can raid on to. I've really not been keeping tabs. Okay, we could raid into him. It's been a while. Yeah, let's do that. I'm going to send you over to a awesome streamer. Right, let's come over here. Okay. Slightly shorter today because I got on a bit late because I ended up doing that YouTube video beforehand. Yeah, thanks for jumping in, guys. And thank you for the raid. Sorry I'm going off so quickly after you raided me, Panda. That's quite unusual for me. But I literally was saying, as you raided me, oh, I'm probably going to call it there. And then you raided me, and I was like, oh, maybe or not. Rank 28 for Druid. Let's go. Hey, GG's Reptile. Nice. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for being here today in all my channels. I really do appreciate you all. Everyone that's here the whole time, anyone that's new, anyone that's been lurking, etc. I really do appreciate you and your time. If there's anyone that hasn't hit the like or subscribe button, please consider doing so. Really helps me out. Would love to see you again. Loads of ARPG coverage. I will certainly be blasting the D4 PTR pretty much all of next week. I'm going to have to because I'm in BlizzCon just before the season is, well, where we think the season's going to start. It's not official yet, but yeah, I'm going to have to basically pre-prepare the whole season 15 well in advance this time. It's going to be a lot of work, but hey. OGT, you too, thank you so much. Agravane, you too, Agravane, cheers, man. If you want to get hold of me about any builds or anything whilst I'm offline, you can do that when I'm next online. You can get me on my YouTube comments. You can get me in my Discord. Discord will be the best place to get hold of me if you have urgent questions. That has just been linked in all the channels. So feel free to come join if you think that's of interest or of use to you. We'd love to have you there. It's totally fine if you don't want to. I appreciate not everyone wants to join it, but it is there if you think that's, yeah, if that's of interest to you. All the channels except Twitch, I'm just going to be shutting down tonight. So thank you, guys. Have a great rest of your Thursday night or Thursday or Friday, whichever time zone you're in. Twitch, I'm going to send you over to another Diablo partner and good friend of mine and Druid Blaster, Mr. Snuggy himself. If you've not checked him out, please come over, show him all the love. He's hilarious. He's actually a really nice guy as well. He has a brilliant stream intro. So even if you just come in to check that out, it will give you a giggle. I guarantee it. And yeah, a lot of you probably know who he is anyway. Hey, Braskin, how's it going? This is a guy we raided in Grim Dawn last night. Yeah, I know the game. I know how to play ARPGs, but you clearly know Grim Dawn a lot better than I do. Yeah, I appreciate you jumping in. I'm actually about to go off, dude, because it's 4 in the morning for me. But I hope you had a good rest of your stream. So yeah, we're gonna go raid over to Snuggy. Please come say hello. He, as I say, he's a really great guy, and he's got one of the best stream intros ever. It's really funny. So I sit there and watch it every time I raid him. It always makes me laugh. I will be on again tomorrow night. I will probably just slap together another random build. Like I might do Thrash tomorrow, since that actually looks like it might have some legs to it in season 15. In the PTR, so I should probably do a little practice there, sort of get an idea what it does before we go into there. And I can answer any questions and such, and we can just discuss. So hopefully see some of you there. And yeah, I think that is about it. So I'm going to go and hopefully not melt because it's freaking hot here. I hope you all have a great rest of your day, guys. Thank you again so much. Keep safe, keep lasting. Much love. And I'll see you soon, guys. Cheers.